Chapter 1030. The Dragon Queen treated him with sincerity and righteousness, but he didn't agree immediately. Instead, he asked for Bran's opinion seriously. However, Danny didn't mind. This wasn't a one-off deal. The whole process would take at least a few years, and at most a few hundred years, a few thousand years, or even more than 10,000 years. They could only cooperate until the end if John was completely willing. If you don't agree, you have to rely on your own power to become a demigod. Only the long lifespan of a demigod can guarantee that you have enough time to comprehend the Song of Ice. However, the Dragon Queen has already defied the heavens and changed your fate. You used to be the savior, but now you've lost your destiny. At this point, Bran sighed, it's not that she stole your destiny. It's just that the people you're saving are different. In the original destiny, your best ending was to end the long night and start the next era. However, the long night was only paused, and the world's downward trend didn't change. In other words, you didn't save the world, but humans. You only saved half of it. The future of humans is still in the hands of the gods. Her Majesty can save the world from its roots. This long night will be the last long night, and humans will no longer be the playthings of the gods. Although the Dragon Queen has replaced the gods, she probably won't play with the fate of humans. Probably. The corner of his mouth twitched. You're not confident in yourself, so how can I believe you? I made a believer similar to the three-eyed crow. It's the manager of the new world, Danny interrupted. Yes, we should believe in it just like how we believe in the three-eyed crow. Bran seemed to be comforting himself. Don't stray from the topic, Danny said calmly. John, you've lost your destiny. If you don't agree with the Queen's plan, it'll be difficult for you to sing the Song of Ice with your own ability without the support of the world's will. If you agree with the Queen's plan, you're destined to have no fate with the Song of Ice. It will definitely belong to the Queen. Of course, your efforts won't go to waste. Firstly, with the frost seed provided by the Queen, you can at least become a demigod. Secondly, there is a chorus besides the main song. Even if you hand over the Song of Ice, your comprehension of the laws of ice will not disappear. Comprehending the chorus of the Song of Ice will be as easy as flipping your hand. After careful consideration, Bran wasn't sure which choice was the most beneficial to John. Therefore, he tried his best to explain the pros and cons in a fair manner and let John choose for himself. This was the path he had chosen. Even if he found that the ground was full of holes, he could only slap himself a few times and grit his teeth to persevere to the end. John said hesitantly, demigod at the very least and true god at the very least. With such a beautiful future, is there still a need to consider other options? The chorus is relatively weak. It's restrained by the main song, and its potential is limited, Danny said. But even if I don't agree, there's no hope for me to comprehend the main song of the Song of Ice. John smiled bitterly. Furthermore, how can I compete with the Queen for what she wants? He sighed in his heart. Even if he didn't know much about the competition of laws, he knew the simple principle of, Tao disappears if the body dies. You won't regret it? Danny asked in the end. There's nothing to regret. Even if it's just to kill Frost God, I'm willing to pay any price. Besides, there are other benefits. John's expression was firm. Also, you're my aunt. I'm happy to be able to help you. Finally, the meat is in the pot. Yes, as long as it didn't conflict with Stark's interests, his three values were still relatively correct. If that's the case, let's begin. Now. John looked around the leaky wooden warehouse. Here. It's very simple. You just need to relax your mind. Later, a consciousness will enter your sea of consciousness. The process was indeed very simple. First, Danny's 9-colored vortex entered Blackie's sea of consciousness and overclocked with his 9-colored vortex. This was equivalent to her giving Blackie complete control of the Song of Fire. This process couldn't last long. If it took too long, Dany's main soul of the Song of Fire would completely die. Then, during the period when the Song of Fire was lost, Dany's second soul ring split into a brand new subsoul. The subsoul recorded all of her understanding of the Song of Ice. It was the so-called seed of the Song of Ice. If the seed was allowed to grow, in a few days or a few months, Dany would be able to express her feelings and naturally sing her own Song of Ice. Yes, it was just the beginning. But she didn't even have a day. Her main soul was still overclocking with Blackie. Thus, this seed turned into a consciousness and merged with John's sea of consciousness. John shuddered and felt that there was something extra in his body. Open your mind. Touch it, embrace it, and merge with it. The Dragon Queen's voice was like the evening drum and morning bell, suddenly ringing in John's sea of consciousness. John had two transcendent professions, Shadowbinder with the power of shadows and Transfiguration with the power of souls. Thus, his sea of consciousness was a black dome with countless green stars representing the green spring. His soul core was a ball of distorted smoke representing the Shadowbinder. Dark red sparks flickered in the fog representing the blood witchcraft and fire witchcraft. Whoosh! An ice blue sun appeared under the dark green star's dome. Its aura was exactly the same as the green stars in the sky. Its essence was the green spring that the old god had bestowed upon Transfiguration. But it wasn't just the green spring. Looking at the ice blue sun, John felt the warmth of a mother's embrace, but also a bone-chilling coldness. But his desire for coldness exceeded the concern of a mother. Any believer of the old god would feel a sense of peace when they saw the green spring. John was no exception. And his own destiny of ice and death was extremely eager for the seed of the Song of Ice. John didn't hesitate anymore. His soul core split out a tentacle made of black smoke. It slowly moved upward and touched the ice blue sun. Buzz! It was as if fate had met. In an instant, Dany and John's souls shook violently. A picture scroll slowly unfolded in front of John. The picture recorded coldness, emptiness, silence, darkness, despair. His soul suddenly rose into the sky, into the star realm beyond the heavens, and then continued to rise into the empty universe. He raised his head and saw an illusory platform. He lowered his head and saw another illusory platform. Between the two platforms, a translucent bubble slowly fell. On the surface of the bubble, there were many stars. Most of the stars were completely dim. The brightest star made people feel fear and hatred just by looking at it. This is our world. The stars are the true gods. The brightest star represents the frost god. John had an epiphany. Everything he saw unfolded in front of Dany's eyes. She saw even more. Outside of the ice, she saw fire. The world was silent in the ice, and the world was born in the fire. It was very strange. When she saw fire, she felt close to it. When she saw ice, she felt the same. At this moment, her Song of Fire's progress did not increase, but the first flame characteristic in her Song of Fire started to increase rapidly. This surprised her. What made her even more surprised was that she had comprehended the Song of Ice, and even the highest mastery of the Song of Ice, death. The Song of Fire had mastery, and the highest mastery was creation. The Song of Ice also had mastery, and the highest mastery was death. The death here was different from the death god's law of death in the world. The death god controlled the final fate of all living things. The Song of Ice's death represented the end of all things. It could be said that the death god's death was the chorus of the world's end. Now, Dany was comprehending the mastery of death. What did this mean? It meant that if she could comprehend the Song of Ice, it would definitely be the highest level of the Song of Ice. Why is this happening? She was puzzled. Suddenly, her sea of law shook. Bran was overjoyed. John reached the heavens in a single step, instantly crossing the threshold of demigod, and singing the Song of Ice. Then, he was bewildered. This is too fast. Could it be, He looked at the Dragon Queen, and then at John. Their wills were like a star and a planet. The Dragon Queen was a star, and John was a planet. The two stars were connected by spiritual power, and were moving in an uncoordinated manner. The planet was originally hovering on the edge of demigod, and could not break through for a long time. The star's huge gravitational force instantly brought the planet out of the bottleneck. After reaching the next level, the planet headed toward the ice domain, pointing out the direction for the star. The star's gravitational force was the driving force for the planet to move forward. I see. This is the Song of Ice and Fire plan that Lalo had been planning for 10,000 years. John and the Dragon Queen accidentally reached the realm that Lalo dreamed of. Bran was enlightened. Then, he felt a little regretful. In Lalo's original plan, John should be the leader, and the Dragon Queen should sacrifice herself to help John. Now, it was the opposite. Of course, without the Oriole Lalo, John would not be at a disadvantage. From a lose-lose situation before changing fate, it became a win-win situation after the Dragon Queen changed fate. However, it was a win-win situation for Dany and John, but a huge loss for Lalo. No, in the Smoke Sea, at the mouth of the Trench volcano where the sheep egg was sealed, the Light King Lalo hugged his head and howled. Why is it like this? Why? Why is the heavens so unfair to me? This is my result. I spent 10,000 years and countless efforts. Why should my efforts benefit those two ants? This isn't fair. I also want to know, why do you think that the result of my thousands of years of hard work belongs to you? In the ancient temple beside him, the sheep egg said resentfully. The lava giant suddenly turned his head and stared at the door of the temple fiercely. He roared, I am the one who made you, your everything belongs to me, and the same goes for Dany, Rise, and John. After being agitated, he quickly calmed down and said faintly, I used hundreds of millions of years to study the laws and the world. My hard work and sweat did not go to waste. I created a witchcraft to communicate with the world's will. Impossible, the world's will cannot be communicated, it cannot be communicated. The sheep egg shook his head repeatedly. Lalo sighed and said, if you know all of a person's habits and all of his actions, in your eyes, it is just a function problem that contains countless variables. Without meeting or speaking, knowing the variables and solving the function was receiving information from him. Changing the variables and creating the solution to the function you wanted was equivalent to sending him information, and then he would listen to you and do as you said. My communication with the world's will is based on the communicator's comprehensive knowledge of the world. It is not as direct as a normal person's communication. What are functions and variables? The sheep egg was confused. Also, how can you understand the world in all aspects? That is a huge amount of work, no one can do it. You think I have been in a daze in the Earth's core for hundreds of millions of years? As long as you are willing to work hard and persevere, there is nothing you can't do. Lalo said proudly. The sheep egg was silent. After a long silence, Lalo said again, variables and functions are learned from Dany, Rise's mathematics book. She specially wrote a bachelor's textbook, and the book, Advanced Mathematics, is especially interesting. Why do you read a mortal's book? The sheep egg was confused. Dany, Rise is immortal. Have you been a god for so long that you have forgotten your identity? Lalo sneered. Also, if you don't even understand the enemy, how can you win? What did you learn from her book, Advanced Mathematics? The power of the first flame. Did you learn something about the Song of Fire? Actually, you can consider giving up on the Song of Fire, it is too difficult for you. Why don't you sing the chorus? It should be easy. Well, it might not be easy for you. But you have perseverance, you are willing to work hard, and you have no competition, you can slowly grind it down. Lalo ignored the sheep egg's sarcasm and said calmly, although advanced mathematics has nothing to do with supernatural power, it contains a lot of powerful knowledge to measure the world. You don't understand, I don't blame you. After all, I am your teacher, and I only cared about teaching you magic. It is all my fault that you look like a vulgar illiterate now. According to what you said, all the kings of the world should be ashamed. They are the vulgar illiterates you speak of. The sheep egg sneered. Are they not? Lalo asked. Chapter 1031. What's the point of understanding Danny Reese's knowledge? Sheep egg could not understand. Lalo glanced at the temple in disdain. She has knowledge, so I will learn from her and use her knowledge to defeat her. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you deal with them freely. For example, if I know that you are stupid, I will not talk about the priceless principles of knowledge. Are you saying that I am stupid? Sheep egg shouted. You stupid donkey, after billions of years, the Song of Fire is still so low level. In just a few hundred years, I have surpassed you, and now you still have the face to show off in front of me? These words deeply hurt Lalo, and the flames on his body that had calmed down began to boil again. Ungrateful dog, without me, you would only be a lowly shepherd for the rest of your life. I am the one who created you. The birth of Danny Reese and John was not an accident, it was me. Lalo was extremely excited. He stood up and faced the door of the temple, pointed at his nose, and announced proudly and bitterly, "You are all my results." The two had argued countless times about the topic of being ungrateful. Sheepegg was impatient to repeat the useless work, so he remained silent. Seeing that he was silent, Lalo gradually calmed down. However, he seemed to be in a panic and could not help but confide to his former disciple. In the last era, I saved the world and received the gift of the will of the world. I communicated with it and persuaded it to invest all its remaining strength to nurture the seed of the Song of Ice and Fire. The seed was divided into two, ice and fire. The destiny of Yasuo and Ahai has always been in my hands. Without me, ice and fire will never meet. In theory, my plan is perfect. The rudder of fate is in my hands, and the secret key of the treasure chest is also in my hands. He reached out and clenched his hand tightly. But I paid so much and planned for thousands of years. Why did it benefit those two bastards in the end? As Lalo spoke, he became agitated again. He pointed at the door of the temple and cursed, "You are the instigator. If you had not taken away my Song of Fire, even if Danny Reese had some small problems, I would have had the power to stabilize the situation. You ingrate. You don't know what's good for you. You've harmed me and yourself. As long as you remember my kindness, you should sacrifice yourself and help me upgrade Song of Fire to the highest level. When Danny Rise is born, I'll be able to easily fuse with her first flame and create the unparalleled Song of Ice and Fire. Such a perfect plan, but you ruined it. Fuck you." Being constantly insulted, Sheepegg was also angered. "Your Song of Fire's level is too low, and you don't have the qualifications to fuse with the first flame's characteristics. You want me to sacrifice myself to help you, but why? Even if I herded sheep in the valleys of Valeglia for the rest of my life, with the shallow blood witchcraft passed down from my ancestors, with my own wisdom and talents, I would at least have a future as a local ancestor god. It would be better than offering my bloodline and soul to you, wouldn't it? You are my believer, my god. You are still my disciple. I raised you and taught you. I am like a father." Lalo shouted righteously, "Isn't it natural to sacrifice everything for one's faith, for one's God, and for one's father? I also hope that this is natural. I am Danny Rise's ancestor, the god that her ancestors believed in, the king of her grandfather's generation. Why wouldn't she sacrifice everything to her faith, to her lord, and to her ancestors?" Sheepegg's voice was louder than Lalo's. "She doesn't even know you, and she doesn't believe in you, but you call me father. You heartless bastard." Lalo spat. "Yes, I did call you father back then, but that was because my own father told me that a skinny middle-aged man like you could come to our tribe alone. You were dressed neatly, with rosy cheeks and a noble temperament. You must be extraordinary. My father told me to curry favor with you, so I called you father. Later, I realized that as long as I called you father, you would give me candy, treat me more gently, and teach me more attentively. Why didn't you call me father? If you want to hear it, I can call you father again, father. But that's all fake, fake. Lalo's body trembled, and he was in a daze. It was as if he had returned to the hillside where the grass was fragrant and the afternoon sun was slanting. A 3-year-old boy with a strong head called him father. Back then, it was definitely not fake. You bastard. He cursed dejectedly, and lamented, look at the two of us, how are we living? If we could work together, the entire world would be under our feet now. Come on, Sheepegg said unhappily, if I didn't resist, maybe the two of us could really trample the world under our feet. However, I'm your stepping stone, placed on the world, but under your stinky feet. Moreover, isn't it all thanks to you that I'm living like this today? If you were willing to sacrifice yourself and let me comprehend the characteristics of the ember of the first flame from your body, then when Dani Rise was born, I could take away her bloodline, and the person singing the song of the first flame right now would be me. Why didn't you help me? Why did you plot against me? Sheepegg was full of resentment, and shouted himself hoarse. You heartless thing, how can you say such things? Lalo cursed. Why can't I say it? Isn't that your logic? Deep in the smoke sea, Lalo and Sheepegg were having a lively conversation. Far away in the astral world, half of Hanshin's body had entered the material world, and he was both shocked and angry. My Song of Ice, lost 1%, who stole my Song of Ice? Could it be Dani Rise? No, it's not her aura, it's someone else, someone related to her fate. He is the original savior of fate, Jon Snow. Hans Hen gritted his teeth. My attention has always been on Dani Rise, and I neglected him. Now that Dani Rise is restrained by the Righteous Alliance, and the situation in Ursos is stabilizing, maybe we should postpone the attack on Slavers Bay, and make him the main target. Nos! He called out to his little brother. On Nos Island, the butterfly fairy opened her eyes. My lord, there is no one alive on Nos Island, do you have any other orders? Very good. Sensing the thousands of growing little ghosts on Nos Island, Hans Hen praised with satisfaction, and then said seriously, go to the smoke sea again, find Lalo, and tell him that I am willing to help him take back what belongs to him. After listening to the boss plan, the butterfly fairy hesitated and said, Lalo is not stupid, he knows that you are plotting against Jon for the Song of Ice. But if he devours Jon's soul, he will also get his Song of Ice. In other words, we have a fundamental conflict with Lalo, how can we convince him of our sincerity? Hans Hen sneered. Jon Snow is very talented, and with the help of Dani Rise, he can take the Song of Ice from me. Lalo is the opposite, he can't even keep his Song of Fire and Song of Light, so what if he gets Jon's Song of Ice? Since I can complete my Song of Ice with my own ability, why should I fight with him for Jon's Song of Ice? That's true. The butterfly fairy suddenly realized. Even if Lalo gets Jon's Song of Ice, Hans Hen will be able to take it back by fair means soon, so Hanshin's willingness to cooperate was very sincere. Explain to Lalo like this. Will he be angry and refuse to cooperate with us? The butterfly fairy asked hesitantly. The truth is very hurtful, but the truth can also make him feel at ease. Lalo may fly into a rage, but he will not refuse, Hans Hen said. The butterfly fairy took the order and left. Hans Hen pondered for a long time and said lightly, do you regret it? Am I not you? He said. The same voice, the same soul fluctuation. He said, yes, you are me, and I am you. Whether it is Dani Rise or Jon Snow, they are only temporary difficulties. They can't even pass the test of the gods. The world will eventually return to coldness and darkness, and eternal peace and tranquility will follow, he said. He said, a peaceful world, harmonious people. After that, both of them fell into silence. Dani was the first to wake up, surprised and happy. This time, we really took advantage of Lalo. What happened? Bran asked curiously. Why did Jon sing the Song of Ice so quickly? I thought it would take years. Dany smiled and said, I don't know what Lalo did, but after Jon's ice and death destiny met with my first fire destiny, the two sides immediately resonated. It's like they should have been harmonious and complemented each other, but they were divided into two at the beginning of their birth. What kind of resonance? Bran asked curiously. Dany thought for a moment and said, you can think of the Song of Ice and Fire as a house. The house is made of stone walls and wooden beams. If the stone walls are the Song of Fire, and the beams are the Song of Ice. My Song of Fire is of a high level, the stone walls are tall, and the beams are a size smaller. They don't match. But with reference to the small beams and the existing stone wall structure, you can roughly deduce the blueprints of the building, right? With the blueprints, you still don't know what kind of beams to choose. The architectural blueprints of the combination of the beams and stone walls are the resonance of the destinies of Jon and me. Even if his Song of Ice is of a low level, because of the resonance of ice and fire destiny, it pointed me in the direction of researching the highest level Song of Ice. When Jon sings the complete Song of Ice, I will start my own highest level Song of Ice. So that's how it is. Bran understood. She and Jon were mutually fulfilling. She could fulfill him, and he could fulfill her. In the fate that Lalo had arranged, she would fulfill him, and he would fulfill her. Now, most of the benefits that were destined to belong to Lalo belonged to her, and Jon could also benefit from it. Not long after, Jon woke up from his enlightenment. Bran warned, Lalo and the Frost God will definitely be angry. The Dragon Queen is not afraid of revenge, but Jon, you have to be careful of the Red God priests like you are of deviant ghosts. At this time, half of Jon's talent and destiny was his own, and the other half came from Lalo. In Lalo's original plan, ice and fire would be divided. Dany would take the fire, and Jon would take the ice. In the end, Dany sacrificed herself, and ice and fire merged in Jon's body. Therefore, in the original plan, his target was not Dany, but Jon. When Jon was resurrected, Lalo gave him Yasuo Yahai's destiny, just for the sake of a rich reward in the future. Just like how he invested in Yasuo Yahai, after Yasuo Yahai succeeded in saving the world, he had to give his soul, bloodline, and destiny to him. Therefore, Lalo could perfectly devour Jon. Now that he realized that he had opened the Song of Ice, he might be tempted. I don't need you to remind me. I'm already hiding in Twilight Valley. Hearing Bran's warning, Jon only smiled bitterly. The way Stannis looks at me now is often filled with uncontrollable desire, which makes my back feel cold. It was clear that our healer had encouraged him to attack me a long time ago, but he still retained some of his humanity and rationality. I don't dare to keep testing his bottom line, so I left King's Landing directly. Out of sight, out of mind. In the Westeros, Lalo will never hurt you, Dany's aunt comforted. Her nephew had already died at the hands of Erlu, and she definitely would not allow the same thing to happen again. Chapter 1032. Regardless of whether it was based on science or magic, the development of civilization generally had a continuity. Veleglia's steel and Veleglia's immortal stone were also miracles in modern scientific society, but they did not suddenly appear in the world. Before steel, there was a magical metal called dragon steel. Before immortal stone, there was a magical stone called black stone. Like immortal stone, black stone was abnormally sturdy and immortal. In the last era, the center of civilization was the barren land in the east. The Kingdom of Dawn built by the Emperor was so powerful that it could suppress the gods. In that kingdom, black stone was used in large quantities. In order to defend against the evil demons in the eastern dark world, the Emperor built 5 giant fortresses in the eastern border, which were now called 5 bases. 5 bases was a miracle of the world, as famous as the Great Wall. It was made of black stone and could accommodate a large army of more than 10,000 people for a long time. It was more than 1,000 meters tall. That's right, not 100 meters, but more than 1,000 meters, like a mountain. Perhaps it was a building specially designed to resist the gods' forbidden spells. In the Westeros, there were also black stone buildings. For example, the sea stone seat that the Dragon Queen was sitting on now. Compared to the miracles of 5 bases, the sea stone seat was as small as a speck of dust. However, this stone chair that looked like a squid on a plate represented the supreme power of the Iron Islands. It's been almost 2 months, and you have made no progress at all. Asha looked up and glanced at the queen who was swaying her legs with her legs crossed. She was a little scared. The queen was wearing armor and had a great sword by her feet. Was she going to go crazy with this fully armed appearance? She did not know if Inami could withstand the queen's sword. If she could not, how could she appease Taimin who had lost his faith? The Duchess of the Iron Islands squeezed out a flattering smile and said, "Your Majesty, I've really tried my best, but I'm not an Inami priest." Even after praying for more than a week, Her Majesty Inami still ignored me. Inami isn't a saint. Rather than praying, I'd rather kill a few people. Dany's mouth twitched. The third drowned man, Thale replied, 7 drowned men have already committed suicide by jumping into the sea. Their souls have already entered the flowing water palace to personally state your alliance to Her Majesty the Inami. Dany raised her eyebrows and said strangely, "This is a good idea." Her complexion improved a little. 7 people were drowned, which meant that Iron Seed didn't slack off. Your Majesty, you have to be prepared. I'm guessing that Her Majesty Inami has declined your request, Thale said cautiously. Dany gently patted the armrest with her right hand. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "What do you think about this matter?" "What idea?" Asha and Priest Taleb were confused. "The Inami refused to save the world and ignored you. Do you still believe in her? Or, do you have any complaints in your heart?" Dany asked. Asha's complexion changed a few times. She hesitated. Of course, she was dissatisfied, but she wasn't stupid. How could she say it out loud? Thale shook his head as if he had been electrocuted. "We Iron Seed were created by the Inami. How could we complain about our own god?" "You don't dare, but what about me?" Dany smiled faintly. "Do you think that after being ignored for 2 months, I won't resent her?" Plop. The two paled and knelt on the ground together. "Your Majesty, please calm down. I think we should give Her Majesty the Inami a chance to turn over a new leaf." Shah's mouth was loose, and she said what was on her mind. The third drowned man's face twisted. "Duke, you should respect Her Majesty the Inami." "Of course I respect Her Majesty the Inami, but she's in danger now. I'm worried," Asha said anxiously. The third drowned man's voice faltered, and he mumbled, Why, calm down." Dany waved her hand. "I'm not an evil person. Even if Inami refuses, I will only persuade her. Fighting and killing is not in line with the Holy Mother's teachings of mercy." The third drowned man breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly had an idea. "Your Majesty, why don't you talk to Her Majesty the Inami personally?" Dany frowned. "I've tried, but she didn't respond. If it doesn't work, I can only force my way into the flowing water palace. Are you interested in taking a look?" I'm a living person. Can I go to the flowing water palace?" Asha said blankly. "Why do you have to do this? Why do you have to do this?" The old shaman slammed his hands on the ground in agitation and cried out, "Your Majesty, please don't force your way into the flowing water palace. If there's a conflict, then. If Her Majesty the Inami gets hurt, that's not good." The old shaman mumbled. Even he subconsciously believed that Inami couldn't withstand a few blows from the Dragon Queen. "Don't worry, I'll be merciful. I promise I won't kill your god." "Kill?" The old shaman shuddered and hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I have a way for you to contact my master." "What way?" Dany asked curiously. "Do you know Naga Hill?" "That's the temple of Her Majesty the Inami," Shaman Taily said. Danny nodded thoughtfully. I can go there and take a look. Then she got up from the chair, picked up her sword, and hung the sword belt on her left waist. She held the weirwood cane in her right hand and pointed it in front of her. A thin green line appeared in the air in front of the throne. The line pulled to the left and right, and a round door with a light green membrane appeared. Huff! Huff! Boom! The north wind howled, and the turbid waves shattered on the rocks. The dark seawater and grey foam even passed through the green membrane and fell on the face of the Duke of the Iron Islands, who was stunned. What is this? She asked dryly. Are you going? Danny asked. To where? Asha asked blankly. Ah, it's Old Wake Island. Is this the legendary dimensional door? Shaman Taily suddenly realized and exclaimed. I'll go. Asha also came back to her senses and looked at the Dragon Queen in awe. She swallowed and said, this dimensional door is a little high. I need to find a chair to cushion it. Danny smiled faintly. With a gentle push of her palm, the planar membrane hanging in front of the throne sped forward horizontally. It left the range of the royal stairs and descended vertically. Then, it stuck close to the marble floor and crashed into Asha like lightning. Whoosh! The dimensional door flew past, and Asha disappeared. The dimensional door turned and flew, and with another whoosh, the dumbfounded Shaman Taily disappeared. Ah! The maids and guards in the throne room finally reacted and couldn't help but exclaim. Danny shrugged and didn't explain. She jumped lightly and landed in the dimensional door that was flying towards her. Without a sound, the Dragon Queen disappeared along with the light green spatial gate, leaving the attendants looking at each other in dismay. By the name of Anami, have we really arrived at Old Wake Island? Asha covered her mouth and exclaimed as she stood in the bone-chilling Grey Sea King's Hall. The Anami's temple wasn't in Greyjoy's Pike City. Just like the Tully and Tyrell families, the Greyjoy family was able to become the most powerful family in the Iron Islands because Targaryen helped them get rid of their respective kings. Before the War of Conquest, the Hall family had ruled the Iron Islands for nearly 6,000 years. The Hall family's achievements were much more impressive than the Greyjoy family's. At that time, not only was the River Gap Tiamin's territory, but the western region, the Riverbend, the Stormlands, and the valleys were all areas where the Ironseed family expanded. The largest castle in the Seven Kingdoms wasn't Casterly Rock City or Storm's End Castle, but Helen Castle by the Divine Eye Lake. It was the palace of the Hall family. This was also why the Greyjoy family's fief was neither the largest nor the richest. The largest island in the Iron Islands was Great Wake Island, the most fertile island was Harlow Island, and the most sacred island was Old Wake Island. The Greyjoy family's Pike City was small and barren. It also lacked a good harbor. Due to the weathering of the promontory, there were many rocks in the nearby sea. Woo-woo, the moment Danny's feet touched the ground, a hurried horn sounded from the side. It was their arrival that triggered the sentry's alarm. Not far from the Grey Sea King's Hall, there were several sentry towers erected. The sky was dark and turbid waves surged. The bottom of the towers was covered in a layer of eye-catching white alkali. The flames in the towers flickered and the sentry with a torch was running towards them. Don't worry, it's me. Asha shouted at the soldiers who had drawn their swords and crossbows. The sky was dark and Asha didn't light a torch. The guards could only vaguely see a few figures. The howling cold wind distorted the Duchess' voice. Danny opened her right hand. Black foam appeared in the palm of her silver iron glove. Caw! The foam condensed into a black crow. The black crow leaped into the air and exploded into a fireball in the sky. The scorching fireball flickered a few times. The flames were restrained and the temperature was lowered. However, it suddenly shone brightly. The Grey Sea King's Hall was as bright as day. Ah, this is... The soldiers who were running towards them stopped and covered their eyes in shock. It's me. Asha took a few steps forward and recognized the leader. She pointed at Danny and said, "Tanner, this is the Dragon Queen." Then, she introduced him to the Dragon Queen. "Your Majesty, this is Tanner Zhuogu, the second son of Bone Hand Dunstan." Zhuogu was the lord of Old Wake Island. His clan emblem was a skeletal palm. After the greetings, Tanner left the other guards outside and followed Danny and the others into the Grey Sea King's Hall. The so-called Grey Sea King's Hall was actually the stomach of the sea dragon Naga. 44 ribs were the beams and pillars. Between the ribs hung a curtain made of silver seaweed. The interior area was more than 1,000 square meters. It was said that Naga was the world's first sea dragon. It was extremely powerful and could overturn rivers and seas. However, it was still no match for the Grey Sea King. When its body was dragged to the hill, the Inami came and turned Naga's bones into fossils. That's how it looks now. The old shaman squatted on the ground and stroked the thick spine of a train. His tone was filled with pride that made Danny disgusted. She looked indifferent. She walked to the end of the hall and passed through the passage made by the sea dragon's throat bones. She came to the head of the megalosaurus. The Grey Sea King used the sea dragon's mouth to create a grey throne. The sea dragon's teeth were like a crown that surrounded the throne. After a moment's hesitation, Danny sat on it. With both hands on the armrest, Danny took a deep breath. She closed her eyes and opened them again. In an instant, the timeline in her eyes flew back. 4 years ago, Wet Magic Iron gathered all the Iron Seed captains to hold a king selection meeting. Only captains were eligible to participate in the king selection meeting. Yolan of Scylla and Asha announced their respective elections here. Yolan of Scylla's plundering of the world was better than Asha's taking land for farming. Asha hoped that the north would cede the rock coast in the west to the Iron Islands so that the Iron Seed could farm for a living. 6,000 years ago, in the second-last king selection meeting before Iron, the Greyan family violated the rules set by the Inami and slaughtered all the candidates. Blood stained the ribs of the Naga. After that, the king selection meeting became a decoration. The Greyan family became the hereditary king of the Iron Islands. Until 1,000 years later, the Hall family joined forces with Greyjoy and slaughtered the Greyan family. After that, Danny witnessed 111 king selection meetings one after another. Basically, she became more and more moral. Looking at the river of time, she became more and more shameless. For example, when the Iron King was old and weak, he arranged for his son to ascend the throne. When the new Iron King ascended the throne, he immediately massacred the people of the previous generation of the Iron Throne. Chapter 1033. In the era of the King Selection Assembly, the Iron Seed entered a golden age of rapid development. Almost every Iron King was the most devout Iron Seed, the strongest warrior, and the wisest and most decisive pirate king. From the Mormont family's Bear Island in the north to the Redwin family's Green Pavilion Island in the south, they were all Iron Seed's territories. As long as there was a sea city, there were traces of Iron Seed pirate ships. The King Selection Assembly not only unified the Iron Seed's power, but also eliminated the losses caused by infighting. Before the King Selection Assembly, every island was a kingdom, and there were usually 2 kings in a kingdom: the Rock King, who ruled the island, maintained justice, made laws, and settled disputes; the Sea Salt King, who ruled the sea, commanded the ships no matter when they went out to sea. Generally speaking, the Rock King and the Sea Salt King would come from the same family. The father would be the Rock King, who was experienced and oversaw the island; the son would be the Sea Salt King, who was young and energetic and went out to plunder. It was the same principle as the Celestial Empires: King patrolling, Crown Prince Regent. However, the Iron Seed had to go out to kill or be killed, which was a high-risk and physically demanding job, so the son would go out and the father would stay at home. Because they belonged to different kingdoms, even though they were both Iron Seed, Taimin often fought with each other. Until the Heroes era, a great priest called White Staff Garin appeared among the Inanese. Well, the old priest liked to beat people with a weirwood cane, so everyone called him White Staff. White Staff created the King's Selection Assembly system, and set a series of laws for the Iron Seed that forbade them from robbing each other's women or plundering each other's shores. Thus, the Iron Islands became the first unified kingdom of the Seven Kingdoms. Well, in the hero's era, the Seven Kingdoms had not yet been formed, and there were many kingdoms on the continent. A Castellan dared to call himself a king. Dany went upstream on the River of Time. Although she did not see the King's Selection Assembly, generations of Inanese held ceremonies in the Grey Sea King's Hall, and generations of Sea Salt King and Rock King wore crowns on their thrones, until, about 14,000 years ago, in the Dawn Era, during the Grey Sea King's era, she saw Inami. "It's really not easy to meet you." Dany sighed. The sudden sound startled the mermaid who was extracting the divinity of the Naga siren. Who? According to legend, after the Grey Sea King killed the Naga, the Inami turned the Naga's bones into fossils and turned them into the pillars and beams of the Grey Sea King's Hall. The warriors under the command of the Grey Sea King gathered around a huge starfish-shaped table and enjoyed the food presented by the sea. Their seats were all made of mother-of-pearl. Grey Sea King sat on a throne made of Naga's mouth, and a lamp made of Naga's fire seed hung above his head. The fire seed ensured that the Grey Sea King's hall would always be warm. Later, the Grey Sea King entered the flowing water palace, and the storm god extinguished the Naga's flame seed. The brocade and the throne were stolen, and the Grey Sea King's hall gradually declined. There were 2 points in this legend that were easily overlooked by mortals, but they were related to the secrets of the Inami. First, the Inami turned the Naga's bones into stone. Second, the Grey Sea King collected the Naga's flame seed, but it was extinguished by the storm god. What is Naga's fire seed? To understand this question, one must first understand who the Naga were. A long time ago, when Dany had just crossed over, she had read the Tales of the Westeros that Big Bear gave to the original owner, Dany Rise. Well, Big Bear was poor, so he could only give the storybook to Dany Rise as a wedding gift. In the tales, there was the story of the Grey Sea King killing the Naga. At that time, she took it for granted that Naga was the name of a race, and Sea Dragon represented a branch of the Megalosaurus. Later, as her understanding of the world deepened, the things that she took for granted began to become uncertain. Except for the Sea Dragon of the Iron Islands, there were no other legends of the Sea Dragon in the world. This was not normal. For example, the Megalosaurus had been wiped out before the last long night. It was not until 6,000 years ago that Valeglia used blood witchcraft to resurrect a new Megalosaurus. Megalosaurus was also very rare, but all over the world, including inside and outside the Great Wall of the Westeros, Megalosaurus skeletons had been found. In some areas, fossilized dragon eggs could still be excavated. Megalosaurus's spirit fused with the fire magic power in its body could be called a fire seed. If the Naga were a pure water-type creature, they should not have a fire seed. More than 14,000 years ago, on Old Wake Island, a dragon corpse that was more than 100 meters long lay on the Howling Hills. The sun was shining brightly, and the wind was gentle. The dark blue dragon scales reflected the bright light. Iron Seed held bronze and obsidian weapons, dancing the sacrificial dance around the dragon corpse. From time to time, he would squat down and scoop a ladle of hot and clear dragon blood from the gully and pour it on his head. Iron Seed's king was a strong middle-aged man with a driftwood crown on his head. His beard, hair, and eyes were all gray, like the sea in winter. Long live the Grey Sea King, long live the Grey Sea King. Iron Seed's eyes were fanatical, as if he was his god. Grey Sea King stood on the sea dragon's nose, looking down at the heroes and looking around. Then, he held the hilt of the iron sword that was inserted between the sea dragon's eyebrows. It was a strange-looking greatsword. Including the hilt, it was more than 3 meters long. When it was placed in front of him, it could cover his face. The spine of the sword was almost as thick as the soles of his feet. The blade was black and filled with jagged gaps. Pust. The blade was pulled out. Hot blood mixed with white juice sprayed all over Gray Sea King. Supreme God, this is your sacrifice. Gray Sea King, who was almost 2.5 meters tall, raised the 3-meter-long greatsword. It did not look out of place at all. Boom! Not far away, the seawater exploded into 10-meter-tall waves. All the Iron Seed stopped singing and looked over in awe. The seawater by the beach had a life of its own. It flowed ashore like a red carpet, spreading all the way up to the top of the hill. A majestic and tall god floated up from the water. He had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and handsome facial features. Without moving his feet, his body flowed along the flowing carpet to the top of the hill. Supreme God, Supreme God. Iron Seed knelt on one knee, waving his weapon and shouting fanatically. The handsome man responded with a smile of approval. My lord, fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Gray Sea King knelt on the ground, holding the iron sword above his head with both hands. Very good. Inami laughed heartily. She took the iron sword and looked at it carefully. Roar! A ferocious roaring blue dragon suddenly appeared on the blade. Goldfish, the master god will not let you go. Ha ha ha, for a foreign dragon god like you, Old Wood will at most be angry for a few thousand years. He won't kill me. I've been angry with him for a long time, so I'll let him be angry. The angrier he is, the happier I am. As for you, you're not as strong as him, so just accept your fate. Let me devour and complete my song of water and fire. It's fate. Inami laughed proudly. Buzz buzz, a blood-red rune network appeared on the surface of the black sword. The blue dragon howled and disappeared. Hanging the sword on her waist, Inami could not hide the greed and anticipation in her eyes. She reached out and pressed it between the sea dragon's eyebrows. Gu-gu-gu. The sound of rushing water came from the sea dragon's body. The scales gradually dimmed, and the dragon's skin and flesh turned gray. Finally, it turned into gray dust and was blown away by the wind. Only the golden skeleton of the Megalosaurus was left. The Iron Seed retreated in shock. Golden runes flowed on the skeleton. It was like a stone painted with golden paint. In the rain, the paint fell off, revealing the pale white fossil bones. Ah! Compared to the sea dragon's miserable state, Inami's cheeks were flushed red. It's not easy to see you. Suddenly, a sweet female voice appeared in Inami's ears without any warning. Ding dong. The female voice was like a stone falling into a water mirror, causing ripples. The scenery in the mirror became blurred and wrinkled in the ripples. The enchantment in the eyes of the drowning god disappeared, and they became fierce and cold. Turning around, he saw the dragon queen who was one wall away. The scene changed, and the image was split into two. On the left, the sun was shining brightly. A handsome and dignified man pressed a hand between the sea dragon's eyebrows and turned to look to the right. On the right, under the dark sky, the dragon queen sat on the dragon bone throne and looked forward. One side was bright and the other was dark and gloomy. Separated by the rippling river of time, Inami and Danny looked at each other. Your sibling alliance is an insult to me. I refuse. Don't bother me again. Inami said coldly. Danny stood up and took a step forward. She crossed the rippling dividing line and came to the sunny beach on the other side. The blue sky was blue, the water was white, and the sea was beautiful. Dragon Queen walked around the sea dragon's body. Finally, she looked at the Gray Sea King who was following her. Not bad. You can still sense me. She smiled. At this time, Old Wake Island on the summer beach seemed to have paused time. The wind stopped, the waves stopped, and the white seagulls seemed to have been painted on the blue sky. Iron Seed's expression was unchanged, and he stopped moving. Only the Gray Sea King, although he couldn't move, his eyes were moving. The muscles on his face twitched slightly due to the force he exerted. Sweat even appeared from his pores, but it stopped on his forehead and didn't slide down his cheeks. Inami didn't say a word. She just looked at her coldly. Neither of them traveled through time. The Naga Hill 14,000 years ago was like a server. Danny logged in first, and Inami was triggered and logged in as well. Therefore, the two of them had a face-to-face online conversation with the sea dragon sacrificed 14,000 years ago as the background. So, Naga is the name of the megalosaurus, just like Blackie. The so-called first sea dragon in the world is actually a demigod megalosaurus who understood the water rule. Sigh, it wasn't easy for the stupid megalosaurus to have a genius who understood the rule, but it was destroyed by you. Danny sighed. You feel sorry for this evil creature? Inami sneered. Do you know why the megalosaurus became extinct at the end of the last era? She kicked the sea dragon's forehead a few times and said sarcastically, Naga hid in the Westeros because she ate all the megalosaurus in the continent of Ursos. Danny frowned. So, the megalosaurus became extinct because of you? You killed the last megalosaurus. Inami choked and said angrily, I don't want to argue with you. Leave. We can't work together. I'm stronger than you, and my future is brighter than yours. You'll have a better future if you follow me. Why won't you submit? Danny asked curiously. If a mortal said the same thing to you 10,000 years later, what would you do? Inami asked. Danny thought for a while and said, I'd slap that ungrateful dog to death. Inami's mouth twitched a few times and said in a muffled voice, if that's the case, why do you have to force me? Danny said confidently, we're different. Everyone has different circumstances. You have to be honest and accept reality. The reality is that I can slap you to death, but you can't hurt me at all. You can try. Chapter 1034. Your Majesty, shall we begin? Asha asked. Just now, the Dragon Queen had walked straight through the hall and corridors to the throne at the end of the Grey Sea King's Hall. Then, she closed her eyes and meditated. After a few minutes, they could not wait any longer. Danny opened her eyes and asked, begin what? Asha was stunned for a moment. Then, she turned to look at Priest Thale beside her. What should we do to communicate with Her Majesty Inami? Hold a sacrificial ceremony in the center of the hall. There is a chance that we can contact the Flowing Water Palace, the old priest said. Danny smiled and shook her head. No need. I have already met with Inami. She stopped smiling and stood up from the stone throne. Then, she sighed. I did not want to make a big fuss, but she is stubborn. There is nothing I can do. Inami has appeared before. Where? Tanner Cho-gu looked around with a suspicious expression. Right here, but it was in the Dawn era. 10,000 years ago. Everyone's expression was strange. Alright, I have now confirmed Inami's attitude. Your mission is almost complete. Danny waved her hand and changed the topic. Then, she glanced at Asha and Thale. But everything has a beginning and an end. There should be a conclusion between me and Inami. You must prepare yourselves. Your Majesty, you are going to attack Her Majesty Inami? Thale was terrified. Asha was also shocked. Didn't you say that it was okay if Inami did not agree? You also said that you, who follow the path of the Holy Mother of Mercy, are not an evil person. You will never attack Inami. Tanner Cho-gu was a little confused. What preparation? Don't be nervous. It's not a big deal, just like, Danny glanced at Asha. Just like King Balan and Robert. Back then, King Balan declared himself king and rebelled against the Iron Throne. In the end, Robert led his men to break down the city walls of Pike City and rushed into the castle. He taught Balan what it means to respect the strong. Asha's face changed several times. One moment it was red, the next moment it was green, and the next moment it was white. I don't think so. She mumbled. Your Majesty, is there a misunderstanding? Priest Tower was sweating in the cold winter. There is no misunderstanding. I advised your Master God to be a good person, but he humiliated me, Danny said. Tanner felt like he was listening to a fairy tale. Because the story was so fantastical, the surprise in his heart gradually surpassed the fear. He could not help but ask, how did the Anami humiliate you? I said he can't beat me. The weak obey the strong. It's only right. Then, that bastard said, come at me if you dare. Dragon Queen told him the truth. Her expression was angry, as if she had been greatly insulted. Tanner's face twisted. That sounds like. I thought the gods were more dignified and holy. Why does it sound like two street gangsters fighting? Asha's face twisted as well. Tower was stunned for a moment. He mumbled, if the first time doesn't work, there's always a second time. A street gangster's negotiation was not something that could be done in one go. Danny shook her head and sighed. There's no way. Those ancient gods looked down on humans from the bottom of their hearts. Back then, Wade Fry was the richest family in Hejian. His power in Hejian was second only to Tully. But the old nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, including those who were so poor that they could barely afford a set of armor, all looked down on Fry. Bolton was the second in the north. Hyder was the second in River Bend. Starfall was the second in Dorne. Roos was the second in the valley. Look at how they were treated among the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. Look at Fry, the second in Hejian. Fry was still a human, and he was still on the same level as the old nobles. But the gods were not humans at all. They were born above humans. Humans were born weak, but the gods were born strong, noble, and even unique. In the long and ancient times, humans were sacrifices to the gods. Asha frowned. You're not weaker than the gods now. You even killed the storm god. Did Her Majesty Anami not consider this? She's stronger than the storm god. She's very confident, Danny said. Your Majesty, perhaps you can lower your demands. For example, there's no need for a brother-sister alliance. The relationship between the two sides is more equal. Her Majesty Anami will be more balanced, Tower said carefully. Danny didn't say a word. She just stared at the old man. The old shaman shrunk his neck and lowered his head. You said that the greatest enemy of humans is the long night. It's the frost god. Why don't you talk to her? Dragon Queen said lightly. Her Majesty Anami hasn't responded to me. The old man said awkwardly. If she doesn't come to you, you can go to her. I think the method you used to send the Anami to the Flowing Water Palace was pretty good. You can try it again. This. The old shaman's eyes widened in horror. Asha saw the old man's embarrassment and felt pity for him. She said, Your Majesty, you said before that living people can enter the Flowing Water Palace. Is that right? Bringing living people to the Flowing Water Palace uses up too much divine power. It's pointless, Danny said. Asha said, if you bring us to the Flowing Water Palace, Inami will know that you don't mean any harm. On the other hand, if you force your way in alone, Inami might get agitated and react violently. That makes sense. Danny was a little convinced. But when she saw the sad look on Tail's face, she frowned and said doubtfully, Inami doesn't even want to talk to you. Even if she brings you to the Flowing Water Palace. How can a commoner convince the king on the Iron Throne to go to the Red Keep? Commoner? Asha's mouth twitched. She forced a smile and said, we are all Inami's children. Greyjoy has Inami's blood running in his veins. He can't be an insignificant commoner, right? Ha! Danny smiled contemptuously. It's true. Asha said excitedly. The Grey Sea King married Inami's daughter, a mermaid. They had 100 sons, and one of them was Greyjoy's ancestor. Our Drum family is also a descendant of the Grey Sea King. We are Inami's blood. The man in leather armor shouted. Tail also said, before I took the oath, I also had a family that inherited the ancient blood of the Grey Sea King. Dany said with a straight face, all Ironseed nobles claim to be the descendants of the Grey Sea King. Since everyone has the blood of the Grey Sea King, then the blood of the Grey Sea King is worthless. At least I'm a knight. I'm better than a commoner. Asha said stubbornly. Dany frowned and thought. First of all, she was sure that Asha and the others were worse than commoners in front of Inami, let alone a knight. Their persuasion would be useless. Secondly, even if they brought Inami believers, the Inami would not overreact. But in front of the believers, the Inami would be embarrassed to compromise. They might even fight fiercely. So, there was only one benefit to bringing Asha to the Flowing Water Palace: show off in front of the people and show off. To be honest, Dany was dissatisfied with the lackluster response to the Cloud Hall incident in the Seven Nations. In her opinion, it was the greatest achievement since the creation of the world that she had broken into the gods' kingdom as a mortal and killed the true god. The gods should be shocked, and so should the people. They should be so shocked that they would not be able to eat in peace for decades. Well, every time she ate, she could hear people talking about her feet with shocked expressions. But the truth was that she had already spread the news through the magic net. The people of the world were indifferent and did not believe it. Not only were the people in the streets shocked, the singers, poets, and playwrights would rather go outside the city to peel the bark off trees than to put in the effort to compile Dragon Queen slaying the storm god into wonderful poems, stories, and stage plays to exchange for a few meat pies. They definitely could not exchange for meat pies. Otherwise, why would those hungry bards gnaw on tree bark? All three of you are going. Dany felt that she needed a third party to publicize the battle process and results. I can go to the Flowing Water Palace too. Tanner Cho pointed at his own nose, looking absent-minded. Divine power is mainly used to open the space door. There's no difference between bringing one living person and bringing 10 living people. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. I have no problem with it, Dany said. Tanner was surprised and happy. Suddenly, he had an idea. He hurriedly said, if that's the case, can you call my father too? Do you have a scholar in your family? Dany asked. In the Westeros, as long as the nobles had the ability, they would build a crow's nest, raise a scholar, build a divine forest, build a small sanctuary, and invite a cultivator. The customs of the Iron Islands were different. For thousands of years before Aegon unified the Seven Nations, they had always rejected the Seven Gods Church and did not trust the scholars. Even after the War of Conquest, the sanctuary was built and destroyed. Cultivators who came were chased away. Many nobles refused to accept the scholars. Yes, Scholar Bruno has served our family for 20 years, Tanner said. Does he know how to make up stories? I'm not sure. But Scholar Bruno is very good at telling stories. Dany nodded in satisfaction. Go call him. Old Wake Island was not big. The Chogu family was only 2 kilometers away from Naga Hill. In less than an hour, 7 or 8 assault boats gathered on the beach at the foot of the hill. Several families on the island had heard the news and came. Bone Hand Dunstan looked at the Dragon Queen suspiciously and asked, my eldest son died in the river with you, Luan. Can I see him in the Flowing Water Palace? Was he brave? Dany asked. Brave and good at fighting, the old man said proudly. Inami only needs strong and brave rowers. If your son meets the requirements, he'll probably be in the Flowing Water Palace. Dany answered casually and signaled Thale to start the Inami sacrifice. Taimin had done similar activities countless times. He was already familiar with it. Soon, a pile of firewood rose in the center of the Grey Sea King's hall. The drowned people stood on the side and sang the Inami song loudly. Iron Seed sat around the fire, eating meat and drinking wine. When everyone was drunk, they stood in 2 rows on both sides of the fire, laughing and playing the finger dance. The so-called finger dance was when 2 people stood face to face with their legs still. One person threw an axe at the other, and the other dodged or caught it with their hands. Then, they threw the short axe back. They went back and forth until one side saw blood or couldn't take the pressure and admitted defeat. There were at least 2 players in this game, but there was no limit. Just like now, 14 Taimen stood in 2 rows about 5 meters apart from the fire, forming 7 pairs. To put it bluntly, it was an advanced version of a face-slapping competition. The valiant fighting tribe only dared to slap, but Iron Seed directly threw his axe at them. Only the bravest and most devout Iron Seed is qualified to enter the Flowing Water Palace. Now, please prove your courage and loyalty, Thale said solemnly. Chapter 1035. Wearing a gray, green, and blue coarse robe, Thale first untied the leather pouch hanging on his waist and splashed the salt water on the heads of the 14 iron citizens who were participating in the finger dance. Then, he raised the driftwood stick he carried with him, faced the sea, and shouted, "The Supreme God who is drowning for us, please open your eyes that can see through all things. We will sacrifice our loyalty and courage to you." As Thale's voice fell, Asha, whose hair was wet from the salt water, was the first to throw the hatchet in her hand. The hatchet spun into a circle of bright wheels, and the blade of the hatchet whistled in the air. Perhaps due to the lack of food during the long night, she rarely had a full meal and rarely saw alcohol. Iron Seed knew that he was going to play the finger dance later, but he still drank until his face was red and his eyes were blurry. Facing the flying hatchet wheel, he was stunned for a moment. Then he hesitated and stretched out his right hand. With a "chi" sound, the hatchet blade slashed across and blood splattered. Half of his hand fell on the beach. "Ah, my hand!" The intense pain woke him up from his drunken stupor. He hugged his severed hand and howled at the top of his lungs. "Ha ha ha!" Asha laughed proudly. The drowning song became louder and louder. Thale frowned and waved his hand. He even used his eyes to signal Taimin, whose hand was severed, "Don't embarrass Iron Seed in front of the Dragon Queen." The other 12 people only glanced over and continued their game, but their mental strength was unprecedentedly focused. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The hatchets flew back and forth above the bonfire. As the rounds passed, Taimin was like a fanatical fan who saw Maradona, Pelé, Cruyff, Beckenbauer, Best, Ronaldinho, Messi and the rest of the gods competing together. They were all extremely excited and cheered loudly. The contestants' emotions were also stirred up. As the alcohol in their stomachs began to ferment, every time they swung the hatchet, they would shout and curse loudly. Their faces were fierce. The hatchet spun into a wheel of blades in the air, faster and faster. Even the flames of the bonfire below were swaying left and right along with the wheel. "Chi chi chi, ah, my finger." Finally, after more than 10 rounds, someone lost his hand. He wanted to grab the handle of the hatchet, but accidentally touched the shiny blade of the hatchet. It was as easy as a streamer cutting meat with a knife. The hatchet blade sliced off a third of his hand. A large piece of flesh from his thumb and index finger fell to the sand. "Tsk, tsk, tsk. Ao, ao, ao." Then came the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Not to mention the Iron Seeds who were watching, even Danny felt her blood boiling, and wanted to cheer with them. Could it be that I also have the potential to become an Iron Seed? She quickly regained her senses and focused on gathering the power of sacrifice. Comma, 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 roar. Old Dunstan raised his hands and roared towards the sky. Earl Stonehouse, who was in the same group as him, was unlucky. He was hit in the forehead by the hatchet and became the first contestant to lose his life tonight. How is it? Thale asked in a low voice. It's barely enough. Danny nodded. Thale let out a sigh of relief and nodded to the other 11 contestants. The crowd immediately cheered. The basic rule of the finger dance was to stand in place. The body could dodge or catch the hatchet, but the legs could not move. Therefore, the finger dance did not necessarily end when the fingers were chopped off. If the fingers were chopped off, the hand could still be used. If the hand was crippled, the other hand could still be used. The key was what rules were chosen before the game, whether it was a life and death match or just a bet on the winner. Danny only wanted to gather enough power of sacrifice to open the channel of faith. Since the channel had already been opened by chopping off 6 hands and killing 1 person, there was no need for her to let the iron seed continue to die. Hey, what are you doing? Danny pointed at a pale-faced iron seed and shouted. That was Earl Goobler's youngest son, Glenn. The guy was wrapping his right hand in linen and kicking his frozen fingers into the fire with his right foot. Don't burn it, what's the use of keeping it? Sir Glenn said in a hurry. Quickly pick it up, it can still be used, Danny said. Everyone still didn't understand what he meant. Ah Shah shuddered and hurriedly ran into the fire. She used her long leather boot to scoop out the severed hand, which had been roasted to the point that it was oozing oil. Her Majesty can even save the dead, how can she heal a severed hand, she said. The severed hands looked expectantly at the Dragon Queen. Danny did not waste any time and let the iron seed with the severed hand and finger put the severed hand back together. Although the beach had already frozen at -10 degrees Celsius, it slowly regained its vitality under the warm holy light and then reconnected. Inami above, this is a miracle. One of the Taimen clenched his fist and shouted in disbelief, it is as flexible and strong as before, as if it has never been broken. No wonder everyone says that although holy healing is not omnipotent, it is especially effective for sword wounds. Priest Taleb was both shocked and envious. If Yenren also knew holy healing, then the iron seeds would be able to play with their fingers without worry. Finger dance was not a simple game. Just imagine, if the other navies and iron seed battled, and each of the iron seed had 2 short axes at their waist, the iron seed could roar in the 4 seas, it was not by luck. Ah, my hand hurts, it's all cooked. Glenn raised his right hand and wailed, a faint barbecue aroma wafting from his fingers. The surface is charred, but the inside is still good. Rest for a few days and wait for it to molt. Danny held back her laughter. It was like a pig's foot that had just been taken out of the freezer and placed directly on the gas stove. Even if the surface was charred, the ice inside had not melted. What should we do now? Priest Taleb asked. I need a guide. How do you usually communicate with the Inami? Just like the last time when she broke into the Cloud Hall, Danny also needed a stable coordinate similar to Yolan of Scylla to ensure that she would not get lost while traveling through time and space. A simple line of faith could not be used as a coordinate. Danny breaking into the flowing water palace was a bit like Hudo breaking into the tomb of the living dead in the Return of the Condor Heroes. It was easy to communicate with Lilidragon in the tomb of the living dead. Just stand at the back of Mount Zhongnan and shout, and Lilidragon would definitely hear you. But if you wanted to listen to her location, the line of faith, and enter the tomb of the living dead to catch Lilidragon, it was wishful thinking. Because there were traps near the tomb of the living dead, and there were countless mechanisms and secret passages in the tomb, there were traps set by the gods near the kingdom of God. But if you let Grandma's son go and followed her, you would definitely be able to break into the tomb. Earl Stonehouse, who had died in the finger dance competition, might not be able to go to the flowing water garden, so he could not be a navigator. Danny was a bit regretful. Back then, she had cut off the head of wet magic iron, but she did not imprison his soul. But she did not regret it, just as she would not forcibly detain the souls of the believers of the old gods in the north. Inami and the storm god were both of the old god's lineage, so she could not mess with her own little brother. If I want to communicate with the Inami, I will go to the beach, stand in the shallows, and pray to the depths of the sea, Thale said. Have you ever succeeded? Danny asked. Thale's expression was awkward. He glanced at Taimin around him and nodded slightly. Tell me the truth, Danny said in a low voice. Thale still nodded slightly, but his mouth said in a weak voice, I don't think so. Danny said helplessly, have you ever received a response from the Inami in your life? Of course, I am the 3 drowned people. Every time I am drowned, I enter the flowing water palace. This time, the old priest's tone was very firm. Iron Seed had a ritual similar to Christian baptism called drowning. For an ordinary time in, they only needed to pour seawater on their head, and it was not a complete drowning. But to become a drowned person, they had to go through at least one complete drowning. They had to be pressed into the sea by another drowned person until they were no longer breathing. Then, the drowned person would fall into a state of suspended animation. The drowned believer was dragged to the beach and revived with CPR. The reason why Wet Magic Iron could become the leader of the drowned people was that he never failed when he was drowned. Thale's title of 3 drowned people was also because he had been baptized 3 times. And he could become Iron's successor because he was the drowned person who had the least number of failures besides Yuluan. In Tiemin's mind, when they were drowned, they had already died once. Their souls went to the flowing water palace and were revived after receiving the Inami's blessing. Why don't you be drowned again? Danny suggested. If the old priest was not lying, then following his soul would definitely lead them to the flowing water palace. Thale was a little hesitant. If Iron was still alive, he would not mind being drowned again. But if it was someone else, he would not be so assured. Asha saw something and urged in a low voice, Priest Thale, we don't have much time. Seeing the Dragon Queen and the rest of the Taimin looking at him, Thale sighed helplessly and nodded in agreement. Priest Norkin, help me be drowned. Norkin was Iron's assistant, and now he was Thale's assistant. Burp, okay. The bearded Norkin burped, rolled up his sleeves, and walked forward drunkenly. Are you drunk? Smelling the strong smell of alcohol on his underling, Thale's expression turned sour. I haven't had a good drink in years. Norkin grinned. Don't worry, my lord, I'm good at it. I have a 70% success rate. Thale's expression turned even worse. He forced a smile and said to the Dragon Queen, the water is a little cold. Is your head itchy? Danny asked blankly. Thale picked at his messy seaweed-like hair with a puzzled expression. It is a little itchy. I have lice on my head. Danny raised her chin towards the sea. Since it's itchy, then go wash it. It can't be washed clean. It can be washed clean. Danny said. When a person dies, the lice will not survive. Thale walked into the sea helplessly and stopped in the waist-deep water. He was so cold that he was shivering. Supreme God, please let your servant be reborn from the sea like you. Give him the blessing of sea salt, give him the blessing of rock, give him the blessing of steel. Norkin placed his right hand on his head and chanted loudly. Thale took a deep breath, and said loudly, the dead will not die. Norkin burped again. He grabbed Thale's hair and pressed it down. Glug, glug. Fuck, the water is really cold. After a full 15 minutes, Danny finally saw a light gray shadow floating out of Thale's corpse. As expected of Senyama. Danny exclaimed. She tapped the fishbone staff in her right hand forward. After consuming a third of her god power, a light blue dotted line finally appeared. It pulled open, revealing an oval-shaped door. The winner of the finger dance can enter. Hurry. Chapter 1036. Agitated and nervous, Sha stepped into the green circle of light. The next moment, she felt the world spin around her and she lost consciousness. Asha, 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 you're not dead yet. Why are you in the flowing water palace? Asha, wake up, Asha, a noisy voice sounded in her ears. It was a very familiar male voice. Who was it? Danny Liz, you lost because you were too arrogant. Ha 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 ha. The sacred and dignified laughter exploded in her ears like thunder. Asha shuddered violently and opened her eyes. Then, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. The two familiar yet unfamiliar people in front of her had not disappeared. She was not dreaming, nor was she hallucinating. Dad, Uncle Iron. You. It's us. You've come to the flowing water palace, Iron said in a low voice. You. Asha looked at her two closest relatives. You're different. When Iron was alive, he always wore a rough hemp robe and never cut his hair. His hair and beard were full of seaweed. Now, he wore a beautiful robe with gold and silver edges. His hair and beard were still decorated with silver seaweed. He was neat and tidy. King Baron's treatment seemed to be a little poor. He was dressed in a milky white robe with a black iron breastplate over it. He looked like a common soldier. Both of them looked younger than when they were alive. They were about 30 years old, the golden age for men. This is the flowing water palace. You shouldn't have come in with Danny Liz, Balan said. I'm here to persuade Her Majesty Anami. The queen is fierce and should not be provoked, Asha explained. Sigh, you have no right to interfere with the matters of the gods. Balan sighed. Where are the others? Where's Dragon Queen? Only then did Asha realize that there were only 3 of them around. She looked around. She was in a cluster of red coral. There were red jade shells crawling in the soft sand. There were also strips of seaweed that were as wide as a palm and radiated silver light growing on the black reef. They floated in the water, and all kinds of fish swam in them. Wait, I'm in the water. Only then did Asha notice that there was flowing water around her. It was like the air on the shore. It was inconspicuous, but it was indeed seawater. Why can I breathe underwater? She took a deep breath. A series of bubbles appeared around her lips. Iron is a Yenren, Her Majesty Anami's priest. He saved you, Balan said. Saved me? Asha's expression changed as a bad premonition arose in her heart. She asked again, where's the Dragon Queen? She fell into a trap. Iron, who was once beheaded by the Dragon Queen, did not gloat. Instead, he showed pity and sighed. Not long after the death of the storm god, Her Majesty Anami had the idea of joining the Alliance of Justice. If the Dragon Queen did not push her too far, perhaps after a while, Her Majesty would have parted ways with the gods. However, the dignity of a true god should not be offended. It's a pity that the 7 kingdoms and the world's humans are going to suffer in the coming long night, an even greater sin. Asha was shocked. How is that possible? Everyone has anger, let alone the gods, Balan said. But, the Dragon Queen also wants to save the world. Asha's rough face was pale. She could not accept it and shouted. Yuluan became the rightful Iron King in the King Selection Convention. He also wanted to lead the Iron Seed to achieve his ambition. Why were you so determined to rebel against him? Balan asked. There's no such thing as a grand plan for hegemony. He's screwed us over, Shah yelled. If the Dragon Queen did not appear out of nowhere, do you think Yuluan would have failed? Balan shook his head. Asha was speechless. Balan continued. When you rebelled against him, you did not know about the existence of the Dragon Queen, did you? The other reasons are false. You are just not convinced. You are not convinced that he stole your crown. Balan said. Asha said angrily, he tried to kill you, and you are still speaking for him. I just want you to understand why Her Majesty Anami did not agree to cooperate with Danny Rise. Balan said helplessly. What's the point of understanding? What happened has already happened. Asha looked around and doubtfully asked, where am I? Where is the Dragon Queen? Did she already get killed by the evil gods? Shut up. Iron was furious and slapped his niece's face. You dare to blaspheme against the gods? Aren't you afraid of being thrown into the flames of the earth and being burned for billions of years? Asha was caught off guard and almost got her head swung 180 degrees. However, she only grimaced and rubbed her dislocated neck, not daring to say anything else. She only asked, the Empress is dead, how do I return? She's not dead yet. Balan looked out of the coral and said, wait until Her Majesty Anami and the gods get rid of Dani Rise. Let's see how she deals with you. Asha followed her father and stood on her tiptoes to look in that direction. But all she saw was a black shadow and a crimson flame, nothing else. Where are the others? Why am I the only one here? She asked. Those with backgrounds, just like you, were taken away from the battlefield by your grandfather. Those without backgrounds were trapped in the ambush with Dani Rise. Are we really the descendants of the Anami? Asha was surprised. The Greyjoy are the direct descendants of the Grey Sea King, but they have nothing to do with Her Majesty Anami. The legend of the Grey Sea King marrying a mermaid is false. Asha felt a sense of loss as if her dream was shattered. Marrying a mermaid is true, but that mermaid isn't Anami's child. Where are the other Greyjoys? My grandfather, where are they? Asha asked again. They're fighting. Balan pointed at the iron sword at his waist. We're all Anami's rowers. You should know what a rower needs to do when facing an enemy. Oh gods, you're fighting Dani Rise? Aren't you looking for death? Asha's eyes widened in disbelief. We're just soldiers. Balan sighed. I don't think gods will win. Asha said hesitantly. How about we ask grandfather and the others to step down too? How would you know how cunning gods are? Dani Rise won't be able to escape this time. Iron said with certainty. Boom, the black clouds in the distance suddenly exploded. Flames rolled out in all directions like a tsunami. The seawater began to burn. Corals, seaweed, fish, and other dreamlike scenes in a burning mural turned into nothingness in front of their eyes. They were horrified. They wanted to scream, but in the storm, they were blown away like goose feathers, flying even further away. As the world spun, Asha heard a familiar female voice. Bastard, where do you think you're going? Dragon Queen's voice was full of anger and violence. Fuck, I told you that the queen is fierce and can't be provoked. Now. Ah, oh seven gods, mother of mercy, save me, it's me, don't hurt your allies. The sea of flames engulfed Asha, and she disappeared while howling. Half an hour ago, on the beach of Old Wake Island, Dani, who was about to step into the dimensional door, suddenly felt her heart palpitate. But she only hesitated for a moment. She gripped the weirwood staff in her hand and still entered. Then, she appeared in the sky above the white jade square. Opposite her was Anami's bathtub throne. The mermaid was wearing golden armor and holding the broadsword she saw in the River of Time, the one that killed the sea dragon Naga. She looked like she had been preparing for a long time. There were 4 demigods with powerful auras around Drowning God. One was a giant, one was a mischievous spirit, and 2 were humans. Dani also knew 2 human demigods. One of them was the White Staff Garen, the founder of the King's Selection Association and the first person who wrote the Iron People's Code. The other was the Grey Sea King, the publicly acknowledged ancestor of all Iron Seed nobles. On the square in all directions, there were hundreds of thousands of brave warriors in white robes and black armor with their swords out of their sheaths. In the sky above the square, tens of thousands of mermaid water mages formed a large circular formation, cooperating with the Iron Seed warriors to surround Dragon Queen. You were careless. The golden-armored spirit's deep and proud voice came from under the helmet. Danny looked around and said coldly, "You've decided?" Inami was silent. Plop plop, 8 corpses fell from the sky, falling beside Danny and landing on the white jade floor. The old scholar of the drum family, Bruno, Asha, Tanner Drum, Dunstan Drum, and the other 7 Iron Seed. In fact, there was another soul floating in front of Dragon Queen. It was the 3rd drowned man, Thale, who had finally drowned. Oh, he was now the 4th drowned man. What's going on? Priest Thale looked left and right, his expression blank for a moment. He gradually understood the current situation. The old priest quickly kowtowed to the golden-armored mermaid on the throne. "Supreme God, please don't misunderstand. Her Majesty Danny Rise has no ill intentions. She is here to negotiate." "Idiot, isn't my attitude obvious enough?" Inami said coldly. "Supreme God, listen to me. The night is long, and the only one who can save the world is the Dragon Queen. Although she is domineering and arrogant, alright, your mission is complete. Stand aside." Dragon Queen wrinkled her nose and waved her hand. The old man floated to the ground involuntarily. "Your Majesty, don't be stubborn. Although it's unpleasant to hear, your life is more important." The old priest was unwilling to be left alone. He continued to stomp his feet and yelled, "We are here to negotiate. Any conditions can be negotiated. If a brother-sister alliance doesn't work, we can form a brother-sister alliance, or an uncle-nephew alliance. If that doesn't work, a father-daughter alliance will work too. We have to ensure that the overall situation is not ruined. When 2 tigers fight, even if there is a winner, there will be heavy casualties. Supreme God, Your Majesty, please consider, for the sake of all humans, you idiot, I am the queen of the human race and can represent the human race. But she is a mermaid, and the human race is not as important as her face. Furthermore, even if I want to save the world, a brother-sister alliance, a father-daughter alliance, such a humiliating alliance, do you think I don't want my face anymore?" Dragon Queen berated loudly. She even reached out her hand and sucked the old priest into her palm. She squeezed him into a soul ball. Everyone's expression was dazed for a moment. Suddenly, a man with long hair and an aquiline nose squeezed out of the black armor army and ran to the side of the corpse pile. He shouted, "Dragon Queen, please let me take Asha away." Danny took a closer look. It was a familiar person, the human swine Iron that she chopped off his head. However, his limbs were intact now and he was much younger. Without waiting for her reply, another middle-aged bearded man quickly came out of the formation and carried Asha away with Iron. Following that, 2 men in golden robes came out and picked up 2 living people. Danny frowned and snorted. She activated Soul Suppression Strike and hit the mindscape of the remaining people. "Ah," 4 Taimin and 1 scholar groaned as they got up. "Ah, what is this situation, how did we come to the battlefield?" Old Dunstan looked around blankly, shocked and scared. Chapter 1037. In this world, magic was not systematic. Ordinary extraordinaires were weak and seemed to have very low magic. However, there were 2 types of magic in this world that were rare even in high magic planes. They were prophecy and blood witchcraft. Night Lion and Inami's method of mastering the supreme law was one of the pinnacle of blood witchcraft, reverse evolution. Generally speaking, evolution only appeared in the descendants. From father to son, it was a positive evolution. However, the gods of the Song of Ice and Fire had achieved the reverse evolution of son to father through blood witchcraft. Using Night Lion and Lady of Light as an example, they were limited by their bloodline talent and were unable to master 2 laws of opposite attributes at the same time. However, through natural reproduction, as long as there were enough descendants, there would always be children who would inherit both talents at the same time. At this time, prophecy began to work again. Night Lion and Lady of Light did not need to imitate sows and really give birth to countless children. They only needed to make the most correct choice on the river of time. For example, they saw on the river of time that AI would give birth to a mentally retarded child at noon tomorrow. Naturally, they would not love AI and thus complete a selection of children. On the river of time, they could see the birth of Son of Heaven, the name of Night Lion and Lady of Light's son. Then, they chose this line of fate and followed the will of heaven to give birth to Son of Heaven. Compared to his parents, the chosen Son of Heaven had achieved the evolution of his bloodline. When Night Lion and Lady of Light extracted the Son of Heaven's bloodline genes, and completed the transformation of their own bloodlines, wouldn't it be equivalent to the reverse evolution of son to father? Brand carefully suggested, perhaps, John is a good choice. He has the destiny of ice and death. Your child. When the long night ends and the river of fate shows its traces again, it will be easy for you to do. John. Danny frowned in thought. This is your destiny. Bran said softly, the temptation of the supreme law is too great. Lalo naturally wants to learn from Night Lion and Lady of Light. However, he seems to have some misgivings about what happened to Lady of Light and Goddess of Wind. Thus, he chose you and John in fate. Of course, this is the choice of the world's will. Lalo is only relying on his contributions as the savior of the world to seize control of the trajectory of destiny. You're mistaken. I don't seem to have any bottlenecks when it comes to fusing the Song of Ice and Fire. Danny told him about how she had learned the Song of Ice and how she had seen the secrets of the universe through the Song of Ice and Fire. At that time, my Song of Fire and Song of Ice naturally fused into the Song of Ice and Fire. There was no conflict of attributes. Are you sure it's not an illusion? You don't even have the Song of Ice, so how did you fuse it into the Song of Ice and Fire? Bran asked doubtfully. Danny shook her head. Hallucinations are different from premonitions. At my level, how could I be confused by hallucinations? Perhaps the Frost God's Song of Ice is too low level, and is not worthy of my Song of the First Fire. She guessed. Bran was speechless. What kind of reason was this? The more Danny thought about it, the more she felt that it made sense. As everyone knows, the songs of law of the same attribute can also be divided into noble and lowly ones. We all made a mistake before. Because the Song of Ice is very rare, we subconsciously thought that the Frost God's Song of Ice was unique. Danny pointed at herself and said with certainty, reality has proven that not only is it not unique, but it's also relatively low level. Its level might be as low as Lalo's Song of Fire. Door God put in so much effort to teach me the Song of Wind, and in the Wind of the World, it still took me more than a year. After a lot of fortuitous encounters, I was lucky enough to get the Song of Wind to the top. Now, I've only heard half of the Frost God's Song of Ice without any fortuitous encounters, and my heart is already restless. What does this mean? It means that the difficulty of comprehending the Song of Ice is much lower than the Song of Wind. It means that the Frost God's Song of Ice is too low level. That seems to make sense, Bran muttered. Human marriages are about matching social status, and the pairing of laws must be balanced. The lowly Song of Ice is not worthy of the noble Song of Fire. The two are out of balance, and my Song of Fire is suppressing the birth of the Song of Ice, Danny concluded. Even if the Frost God's Song of Ice is low level, you're the one who comprehended the Song of Ice. Bran said hesitantly. This isn't contradictory. If I learn from an elementary school teacher, even if I surpass him, I won't be able to get into a famous university. No matter how talented I am, if I learn from the Frost God, I won't be able to sing the highest level Song of Ice, Danny said. Bran roughly understood what she meant. But the Frost God is the only god in the world who can sing the Song of Ice. My Song of Fire is like a judge, helping to filter out the unqualified songs of ice. If I continue to study it, as my understanding of the laws of ice deepens, I'll be able to sing a high-level Song of Ice that can be accepted by the Song of Fire, Danny said. Bran said, maybe John can help you. Danny disagreed. The Night Lion's method can only be a knockoff, and they'll never be able to sing the real Song of Ice and Fire. Think about it and you'll understand. The first flame is like the world, and the world can't directly give birth to a life of the same size. Just like a pregnant woman weighing 120 pounds, she'll never be able to give birth to a baby weighing more than 120 pounds. For example, Dani, even with the support of the world's will, she only had the talent of spiritual bestowment. From spiritual bestowment to mastering the first flame was tens of thousands of miles away. Even at her current level of cultivation, she had only mastered a trace of the first flame's characteristics. To put it simply, before she surpassed the world, she would never be able to give birth to a descendant who could naturally master the first flame. However, I can't waste John's talent for nothing. Dani's mind was filled with thoughts. The dwarf had lived through a journey to the east, and he was currently doing well in barren land. He did not seem to have any signs of dying, so there was no need for him to fill the hole for now. However, it was not a good idea to stay idle. Perhaps, he had to come out and move around. Bran's heart suddenly turned cold, and he had an ominous feeling. "Your Majesty, what do you plan to do?" "Now that we've fallen out with the Frost God, if we can take away his Song of Ice, how big of a blow would it be to him? However, the seed of the Song of Ice that I've comprehended is suppressed by the Song of Fire, and it can't break out of the ground. Why don't we remove the seed and leave it with John so that he can help incubate and cultivate it? When the Frost God loses the Song of Ice, he'll be like the Light King without the Song of Light. It'll be so awkward that he'll die of embarrassment. Let's see how he can still be so arrogant, ha ha ha." Thinking of this, Dani could not help but laugh out loud. "How do we leave it with him?" Bran asked in surprise. "John is a believer of the old god, and now I'm the old god. Isn't it common for the main god to divide a part of his Song of Laws and give it to his believers or subordinate gods to observe and learn?" Dani said with a smile. Was Prime Minister Turtle's Song of Water not a gift from Mother Lone River? In the early days, Wrath Howl, and now Dani had also received gifts from the Door God. In the Door God's inheritance, there was his Song of Wind. In theory, Dani had always controlled 100% of the Song of Wind. However much her Song of Wind grew, the Door Gods would decrease, but the total number remained the same. It was also because she had been learning the Door God's Song of Wind that Dani's growth was so fast. In just a few years, she had even developed the space polarity. "You want to give the Song of Ice to John?" Bran could not believe that the Dragon Queen would be so kind. "My goal is to gather the Supreme Law Song of Ice and Fire. How can I give the Song of Ice to someone else? Even if you provide the seed of the Song of Ice, once John sings the Song of Ice, then the owner of the Song of Ice will be him, right?" Bran said. "He's my believer, and he used my seed to sing the Song of Ice. When the time comes, his Song of Ice will have no secrets from me. In the end, the Song of Laws is also a kind of knowledge, and knowledge can be shared by more people. With my ability, if I grasp all the information of his Song of Laws, I should be able to sing a more advanced Song of Ice. Then, won't the Song of Laws return to me? Of course, only the most advanced Song of Ice is meaningful to me. If it's not the most advanced, then I'll give the level 2 Song of Ice seed to John. John will obtain new insights from the Song of Ice from me, and sing the Song of Ice for the second time. This cycle will continue. One day, when we combine our talents and wisdom, we'll be able to sing the most advanced Song of Ice. Then, I'll be able to sing the most powerful Song of Ice and Fire in the universe." Dani did not hide her thoughts. To a smart person, her goal could not be hidden for long. "This is really..." Bran did not know what to say. "Your idea is genius, but John's sacrifice is too great. He spent countless time and effort to improve the Song of Ice, but in the end, it was all for you. He's your brother Rhaega's son, did you know that?" he said hesitantly. "Sigh, after mastering all the Green Prophet's seals, I knew about John's background. It was shocking." Dani was filled with emotions. But in order to save the world, someone has to sacrifice more. I'm willing to sacrifice my own nephew. You can do that? Bran was shocked. This isn't fair to Jon. He could not help but say it. Let me ask you, if I don't give him the Song of Ice seed, even if he has the mandate of heaven, will he be able to comprehend the Song of Ice before the end of the long night? It's almost impossible. He's not even a demigod, and his meditation technique is not compatible with the Ice Law. But given time, after a few thousand years, he might be able to sing the Song of Ice, Bran said. You really dare to say that? It's already extremely difficult to survive the long night, let alone a few thousand years. Now, we need to use the great struggle to strip the Frost God of his position as a true god. Fine, he has many laws, and we can't strip him of his position as a true god. But losing his position as the true god of ice will definitely be a heavy blow to him. Forget it, I'll ask him himself. With a thought, Dany traversed hundreds of kilometers and found the King's Landing. Oh, Jon had left the King's Landing, and was leading his troops to set up camp in Twilight Valley. On the cliff castle overlooking the entire town and port, Jon was holding the Sisters of Darkness in his hand, sparring with the Volunteer Corps' soldiers in the open-air training ground. Why did you leave the King's Landing? Dany asked casually. Jon was shocked, and almost dropped his sword. He hurriedly said a few words to the knight opposite him, and took off his heavy combat gear, and came to the empty armory. Your Majesty, is there anything I can help you with? He asked softly. I have a glorious and great mission, and I'm not sure if you're willing to accept it. Dany explained everything, and finally added, if you can take away the Frost God's Song of Ice, even if it's just the beginning, the difficulty of ending the long night will be greatly reduced. Jon did not expect the Dragon Queen to say this to him. He was stunned for a long time, and then said hesitantly, Can I ask Bran? Chapter 1038. Just as they were about to attack, Nightshirt stopped them and warned the Dragon Queen, Dany Liz, to tell you the truth, this is the Smoke Sea, the core area that seals Balerion and the Valeglia Peninsula. 400 years ago, the 14 fire peaks erupted at the same time. The Valeglia continent was like cow dung under a firecracker. It collapsed and an immeasurable amount of chaotic high-energy magic gushed out from the core of the earth. Whether it was the tsunami, the volcanic smoke, or the high-energy magic that cursed everything, they could easily destroy all living creatures in the world. The tsunami caused a flood that drowned the entire continent. The volcanic smoke covered the sun, and the world entered a cold and dark night ahead of time. The chaotic curse magic was even more terrifying. Even the gods did not dare to touch too much of it. If the catastrophe was allowed to ravage the world, no one would survive except the gods. It's us, hundreds of us, who set up a super sealing formation around the Valyrian Peninsula, sealing off the long summer and the nearby seas within a few thousand kilometers of it. Just the aftermath of the tsunami destroyed the Free Girls Island in Slaver's Bay, washing away the coastal buildings in Slaver's Bay, New Gith, Sosros, and Volantis. Now, the tsunami is gone, and most of the volcanic ash has settled. However, the chaotic high-energy fire magic did not leak out at all. It is all gathered in the sky above long summer. You should have seen it before. Speaking of this, Nightshirt gave Inami a look. The two demon gods drew a mysterious trajectory in the air with their fingers at the same time, chanting an ancient magic spell. Dany held the weirwood staff tightly and looked at them coldly. Pop, 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 the dome that enveloped the battlefield exploded with bubbles one after another. Every time a bubble exploded, it would reveal a different scenery outside. Dany looked around and found that this space was surrounded by dark red magma. The flowing palace stopped at the mouth of the volcano. Below it was a magma pool. There was boiling seawater and thick black smoke in all directions. Rise! Nightshirt shouted. His hands seemed to be lifting something heavy. Because he was using too much strength, his furry face started to distort. Along with his actions, a set of magic circles that looked like the atomic structure of organic macromolecules rose from the bottom to the top. The atoms were the size of footballs and colorful. Their spacing varied from a few meters to dozens of meters. There were millions of them, covering the entire battlefield. Watch carefully. The Night Lion roared again. The bright red atom closest to Danny was suddenly enlarged by hundreds of times. After the fine lines on the surface of the atom were enlarged, countless tadpole-sized mysterious runes appeared. This is the sealing formation. We are all at the core of the formation. Danny sneered. So. Night Lion waved his hand, and atom shrank back to its original size. He said solemnly, since we want to kill you, of course, we have studied all your trump cards. You have the Wind Raven, so you can use the spatial blade that can cut through god nations. I have to say, your cultivation level isn't particularly high, but your strength is exceptionally strong. Even Old Fish and Liang Mu couldn't use the sword that pierced through the cage of wind and the hall in the clouds. Facing it, we can't handle it alone. Even if we swarm you, we will suffer heavy casualties. Besides the Wind Raven, there are also the Fire Raven. Back in Winterfell, only a few dozen Fire Ravens were able to interrupt the Frost God's forbidden spell. If 1,000 Fire Ravens self-destruct at the same time, at least 60% of our 300 gods will die. Besides the Wind Raven and the Fire Raven, you also have the Megalosaurus. You have surpassed Balerion and can use 5 dragon souls at the same time. If you overclock the 5 dragon souls, even someone as strong as me will ignite the divine power in my body. With just a glance, we will be ignited like torches and suffer heavy casualties. Besides, you have also absorbed more than 80% of the Green Prophet's seal. Now, you are not inferior to any of the previous three-eyed crows. With just a glance, more than 90% of the gods will be affected by your, oh gods, is the Dragon Queen really that strong? Old scholar Bruno howled excitedly, even interrupting the words of the gods. No wonder the gods want to form an alliance. Tanner clenched his fists and was extremely excited. He can easily defeat a large number of deities with a single move. Moreover, he only needs a single look. Dunstan's body swayed, his face blank. Are the gods too weak, or is the Dragon Queen too strong? It must be the Dragon Queen that is too strong. Look at the situation around us and think about the lion-headed evil god. He can destroy the world at any time. How can the gods not be strong? Taimin said from the side. Shut up, ants. Night Lion roared, his voice like thunder. Who are you to interrupt? Thump, thump. Even without using any divine ability, just the pressure of a powerful god caused the group of mortals to fall to the ground and pee in their pants. So strong, the gods are really strong. Dunstan muttered. Then how strong is the Dragon Queen? Night Lion's face was gloomy as he continued, maybe you still have the Storm Giant, the extraordinary sword art, and many other methods that can cause great damage to us. But let me tell you, since we know all of this, how can we not take precautions? We know that you will definitely devour Balerion and step into the trap of the Smoke Sea. So, we have modified the formation here. As long as you use a witchcraft with a strength of more than 0.2 Bailey, PS, or if you dare to forcefully open the space door. Nightshirt pointed at the colorful seal rune arrays around him and smiled coldly. The core of the seal will collapse. The volcanic ash and chaotic energy will pour down like a flood from the mountaintop. The whole world will be doomed. This is just the beginning. The external pressure will be removed, and the cracks in the ground below the Smoke Sea will shoot out magma rapidly. It will be like squeezing half an orange, and the juice will spill out. A cataclysm greater than 400 years ago will erupt, and the world may be split in half. We have already told you the consequences, and you were the one who broke the seal. Naturally, you will bear all the sins. Even if you don't die, you will lose everything. The kingdom, your family, your friends, your people, the responsibility of saving the world, the favor of the world will, the hope of singing the song of the first flame. Dany was dumbfounded. Too vicious, too shameless. Count Dunstan shouted in disbelief. How can the gods be more shameless and self-degrading than the nobles of Westeros? Bruno murmured in shock. So, the true world of the City of Knowledge is right, but the scholars are working in the wrong direction. Not only should we not slay dragons, but we should use the Megalosaurus as a ladder to increase our power to strengthen ourselves and kill all the evil gods. No one cared about the words of ants. The gods only stared at the Dragon Queen proudly, waiting for her choice. I have said from the beginning, no matter what trump card you have, it will be useless, Lalo said with a sinister smile. You once saved the world, Dany said with a sigh. Not me. The savior is the King of Light. Shadow Devil shrugged and said sarcastically, that guy didn't agree with this plan, so as you can see, he didn't come. Night Lion said, he is hiding in the depths of the Earth's core, just in case. If you are willing to destroy the world and run for your life, that guy can stabilize the power of the Earth's fire and naturally replace your destiny as the savior. No matter what you choose, we have already calculated every consequence. I personally suggest that your best choice is to surrender, give up your true blood and understanding of the laws, and let the King of Light become the savior. You will die happily, the world will be saved, humans will continue to live, the big shots in the Justice Alliance will benefit, and the ordinary gods will be relieved of the eternal night of the gods. You will be good, I will be good, and everyone will be good. Everyone will be good, and that will be good. What do you think? Dany looked at Inami with a complicated expression. You are a true god, different from them. If I resist and destroy the core of the seal, the volcanic ash and chaotic magic energy will leak out, and the cataclysm will follow. You will be hurt as much as I am. I have the responsibility to save the world, but I am not a true god. If the world is destroyed, the true gods will be the first to suffer. How many true gods are left alive in the world? You are the only one. You idiot. The mermaid pursed her lips, and her face behind the mask was a little pale. The gods and mermaids around her also looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Night Lion saw this and quickly comforted her. Don't be afraid, she is just bluffing. With her personality, she will definitely sacrifice herself to save the world. Yes, don't bluff me, I know you. Inami swallowed and pointed at the Dragon Queen. Dany Liz, I have seen through you. When you were 3 years old, you saved stray kittens. When you were 4 years old, you helped an old granny pick vegetables. When you were 5, you gave your sausage to your brother who was drooling. When you were 6, you helped an old man cross the road. When you were 7, you cried when you saw a slave girl being separated from her parents. When you were 8. When you were 14, in order to save the zebra women and children who were being bullied by the centaurs, your husband was cursed to death by a witch. Even so, you still have a kind heart. When you were 15, in order to free the slaves, you temporarily gave up on your plan to return to the Westeros. You stayed in Slave Bay and fought for the countless oppressed slaves. For them, you were willing to challenge the entire world. Then, when you were 16, you rode a dragon back to the Westeros. When you saw the nobles fighting and suffering, you couldn't bear to see it. You gave all your gold royals to the Great Sparrow so that he could save the people of King's Landing. That was when you decided to build the Crab Claw Peninsula Rescue Station in Meribad because you pitied the refugees. You also mercifully let go of Madame Stoneheart, Stannis, Jon Snow, and the other relatives of blood feud. When you were 17, you knew that the night was coming. Your kindness had already begun to benefit the common people. No one knew the real reason why you signed the food plan with Bravos, but I knew. You were using the economy to control the world's food production. Because of your plan, the world's food reserves had at least doubled. When you were 18, you drowned God blabbered on and on about the Dragon Queen's deeds. Dani blushed as she listened, and her expression became awkward. I didn't expect the Dragon Queen to be so great. Taimin and the others opened their mouths, their jaws almost dropping to the ground. The more the mermaid spoke, the more determined her expression became. The worry in her heart completely disappeared. She announced with a tone of certainty, kindness is your nature. Sacrificing your own interests for the greater good is your code of conduct. I see through your heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys. In your left chest, there is a sacred red heart that shines with a kind golden light. Dani, rise, be honest. You will sacrifice yourself to save the world. This guy is shameless, but I have to admit that he's right. What do you think, Bran? Dani said shyly. Bran hummed. Can we change the topic? For example, I'm already prepared and can start at any time. Chapter 1039. Now I finally understand why the future powerhouses would carve a boat and send a sword to you. Bran's tone was complicated. Unless you completely give up on the plan to devour Balerion, the Smoke Sea will always be a death trap. You can't avoid it, and you can't resist it. Only when you merge with Balerion can Valeglia's 6,000 years of civilization be considered the final achievement. Once you give up on Balerion, the incomplete you may never be able to sing the perfect song of the first flame. That's cruel and decisive. Dani sighed. So, have you made your decision? Night Lion asked in a low voice. Sigh, you guys are so meticulous that I don't even have a way out. What else can I do? Dani looked helpless. She raised her weirwood staff as if she was surrendering. Very good. Inami smiled happily. The other gods also smiled. Your Majesty, sob sob sob. Bruno cried. He looked up at the sky and cried, Oh heavens, oh earth, why did you allow this to happen? The greatest queen in the world, because of her own righteousness, will die in the hands of thieves. Where is the justice? Clang. Dunstan's blood boiled. He pulled out Red Rain, an ancestral steel sword, from his waist and roared at the Dragon Queen, Your Majesty, don't give up so easily. I don't know what 0. 2 belly is, but I'm willing to fight with you until the end. Even if I kill one more demon, I'll feel better. Your Majesty, please let me die before you. Tanner Drogo's gaze was firm. Your Majesty, we're willing to die for you. The other two Taimin didn't hesitate either. They pulled out their swords and glared at the gods above them. Mere ants, how dare you pull out your swords against the gods? Get away from me, don't be an eyesore. Lalo roared. His powerful aura once again bent the knees of the 5 mortals. But this time, they straightened their backs. Even if their faces were twisted and bleeding, they still struggled to point their swords at Lalo. They are your believers. What do you think we should do? Night Lion held back Shadow Demon who was about to go berserk and turned his gaze to the mermaid. When you kill ants, do you even care about what they're doing or saying? Inami's expression was impatient. This is more important. Don't get distracted. Yishur and Lalo both calmed down and nodded in agreement. You're right, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Crackle pop, without any warning, Grey Sea King suddenly turned his head and blew at Inami's left temple. The slender stream of air was like a sharp sword, emitting the sound of burning wood and flashing an ear-piercing white light. Strangely, when he saw the white light, he didn't feel anything in his eyes, but his ears hurt. Inami did not expect her subordinate god to betray her main god, but the moment the Grey Sea King attacked, the line of faith between the two was completely broken. Therefore, although he was caught off guard, he was not completely defenseless. Bastard! He still had the chance to curse. Then, the golden helmet exploded like a piece of paper, and a handful of blood with white brain juice burst out of the temple. It was a terrible wound, but the deadly witchcraft that Grey Sea King learned from the spear shrimp did not achieve the expected effect of a headshot. The change was too sudden. Danny and the other gods were stunned. Grey Sea King, you're asking for death. They were stunned. The giant beside Inami was furious and subconsciously swung his stick at Grey Sea King. Grey Sea King was tall, close to 2.5 meters, but at this moment, he was like a slippery loach. His thick waist was like a thin willow branch in the wind. He bypassed the giant's stick and found the right opportunity to blow at Inami for the second time. But this time, the mermaid was more prepared. Splash! The water waves condensed into a green water wall beside her. Pop boom! The airflow blew a hole the size of a wine glass in the water wall. Inami's expression was ferocious. She waved the sword in her hand. Grey Sea King was 7 or 8 meters away, but he couldn't control himself and fell under the blade of the serrated sword. Chi! The sword was cut in half. Grey Sea King was cut in half at the waist, and his blood soaked the nearby seawater. Plop! The two halves of the corpse rolled down the royal stairs. There was still a mist of blood at the cut of the corpse like a ribbon, floating towards the wide serrated black sword in the mermaid's hand. Grey Sea King's blood and soul were constantly being absorbed by the demon sword, just like when Grey Sea King used it to fight against the sea dragon Naga. Why? Inami's left temple was covered with a layer of water film, and the white skull and broken brain inside could be vaguely seen. It was extremely terrifying. Even ants have a temper. Grey Sea King's mouth was bleeding, and the light in his eyes was dimming. I'm your master god. How dare you be angry with me? Inami was furious. I'm the first Iron King of the Dawn era. I represented the humans and fought against the godlike children of the forest, giants, and monsters. I also killed the sea dragon that ravaged the Iron Islands and swallowed the Iron Seed at will. I lived until the hero era, and I was called a hero by the humans. Grey Sea King was dying, but his tone was sonorous and powerful. Even the juniors dared to draw their swords and point at the gods. I don't want to lose the title of hero in front of them. Then, he used the last of his strength to turn his head and look at the Dragon Queen. He said intermittently, do you know why, cough cough, the last 4,000 years of the last era was called the hero era? That's because we're all, just like you. Gods. Gods are nothing. After saying that, he widened his dark eyes that were as big as pebbles. He was dead. A huge foot quickly enlarged in the corner of his eyes and landed heavily on his face. Crack. Hero? Bullshit. The giant spat at the corpse and moved away the foot that was covered in brain and flesh. White staff. Garen's veins bulged as he held the white staff. His expression was almost twisted. But before he could say or do anything, TCH. Black lightning flashed and the legendary priest's expression froze. Why? TCH, blood splattered and the sword was split in half. Inami shook off the blood on her sword and said coldly, I'm not happy with your thoughts right now. This was the difference between a priest and a normal believer. If Grey Sea King attacked, Inami wouldn't be able to react in time as long as he was fast enough. But Garen was Inami's priest. He couldn't even hide his thoughts from Chizong and Holy Mother Danny. Of course, Garen was still a priest. His loyalty to Inami was not something Grey Sea King could compare to. He was only suffering in his heart. He was angry at Inami and his faith had decreased. He didn't plan to rebel immediately. But Inami was still angry. She couldn't accept this level of betrayal. The whole process was long, but it happened in the blink of an eye. Dunstan and the others had just expressed their stance. Dragon Queen was about to praise them when Grey Sea King suddenly went berserk. He failed to kill Inami and was killed instantly by Inami. Dragon Queen, Iron Seed, and the gods were still in shock. The mermaid had completed another 2 kills. One was a scholar and the other was a warrior. Ah, father. Grandfather. Your Majesty Sea King. No, Priest Garen. Dragon Queen was still in shock. The Iron Seed in black armor and white robes surrounding the battlefield were excited. Grey Sea King had 100 sons. White Staff Garen was the faith of the people. Grey Sea King was the faith of all Iron Seed nobles and civilians. Now that the 2 had died so miserably, many Iron Seed couldn't accept it. They looked at Inami with hesitation. You are all Iron Seed. Inami noticed the change in emotions of the oarsmen below. She was very angry. I created you to rape and pillage. You are not saviors or heroes. You are only my warriors, my oarsmen. You only need wine, women, and blood. Her voice was like thunder. She hoped that her words would be like the morning bell, waking up the lost Iron Seed. Silence filled the square. The Iron Seed looked at each other, not knowing what to do. No. Suddenly, someone stood up. It was Blackheart Haluan, who was knocked out by Dragon Queen's soul-extinguishing strike. He staggered to his feet and put on his helmet as he shouted, "What we pursue is honor. Killing, strengthening, pillaging. We use blood and fire to please you in order to gain your approval and praise. Your approval and praise is the highest honor of the Iron Seed. We fight for you. We dream of becoming your oarsmen because you are the source and representative of the highest honor. Haluan, I am still your highest honor." The mermaid said coldly. She was a god. She could feel that Blackheart Haluan's devotion to her was quickly decreasing. Haluan shook his head and pulled out his sword. He shouted with a sobbing voice, "No, you are now our shame. The dead will rise again if they do not die. They will be even stronger. This is the Inami in my heart. You have destroyed my faith. My whole life, my 300 years of dedication, have been betrayed by you. The Iron Seed is proud of using schemes and tricks, but," he pointed at Dragon Queen. "But what do you prove by using the most despicable methods to exploit a king's kindness and sense of responsibility to his people? It only proves that you are weak, cowardly, lowly, and lowly chi." Inami stood where she was and waved her sword. The water around Blackheart Haluan stirred up waves and brought him to the bottom of the black sword. The sword was parted in the middle and stopped abruptly. Who else is dissatisfied with my actions? Her hair and beard stood on end. The flowing water palace rippled with her roar. Let the otherworldly chicken tip your eyelids. It was unknown which Iron King in history howled at Inami. Then, like Blackheart Haluan, he was swept up by the water and sent to the bottom of the black sword. The sword was parted in the middle. Dani watched from the side with a serious expression. Not only did she not stop them, she even stopped releasing her ultimate move. This group of non-mainstream heroes who were not considered heroes were worthy of her giving up the stage for them and giving them the opportunity to shine brightly in their lives. Who else? Suddenly, the flowing water palace became gloomy. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Fuck you Chi. Fuck Chi. A mermaid without Heba Chi. 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 Hundreds of thousands of black armored Iron Seed swarmed toward the divine throne in the center like ants. Inami didn't say a word. Her eyes were red. She was like Lu Bu who had his chi return restriction removed by the modifier. She held the 3-meter-long black sword in her hand and kept cutting grass. The gods, who had been ignored, were at a loss for what to do. This wasn't the right script. Damn it, Inami is suffering from the backlash of her faith and has lost her mind. Red Bull Akun's expression was terrible. That idiot, he should have made things clear to his believers before this. Could she have kept it a secret? Lalo sighed. Why don't we help Inami suppress the rebellion first? An evil god suggested, "Shit, what if Danny and Rise take the opportunity to escape if we are distracted?" Akun scolded in a low voice. Sigh, Danny and Rise agreed to be executed, but this happened. What should we do now? Pale Holy Child said helplessly. Danny heard her name and looked up. At the same time, Night Lion looked over. The two looked at each other. Danny smiled, but Night Lion was very embarrassed. Why don't we let Inami do her own thing and we can talk about our own? He forced a smile. Chapter 1040. Look at these Iron Seed, they sacrificed themselves for you without fear of death. Aren't you touched? Now, you should be able to sacrifice yourself for the humans of the world, right? Nightshirt stared into Dragon Queen's eyes and said slowly. What kind of logic is this? Danny's mouth twitched. Not to mention that they are all doing it for their own righteousness and beliefs, even if part of the reason is because of me. But if they sacrifice themselves for me and I sacrifice myself for them, won't everyone be sacrificed? Or do we humans deserve to be sacrificed? Do you want to drag the whole world down with you? Shadow Demon Lalo shouted in disbelief. How can you be so vicious? Danny was speechless for a moment. If you want to distort black and white, just say it. I didn't expect you to believe it yourself. What do you want to do? Nightshirt said coldly. It's very simple. I want to clean up all of you demons and return the world to a peaceful state, Danny said righteously. If the strength exceeds 0.2 Bailey, it will destroy the seal core. You saw it, I didn't lie to you, Nightshirt said in a deep voice. I believe you didn't lie to me. Do you plan to kill all of us with witchcraft that is lower than 0.2 Bailey? Lalo laughed and said, if 1,000 fire crows self-destruct together, more than half of our gods will die. If 1,000 fire crows self-destruct one after another, I alone can swallow them all in one gulp. Why bother? Isn't it better to die quietly? Nightshirt was worried. What if you get emotional during the battle and don't control your strength well? If it exceeds 0.2 Bailey, won't it be too late for regrets? It's better to die peacefully, die a worthy death, and die without regrets. Don't talk nonsense with them. The power projected from upstream is too vast. My soul is almost annihilated, Bran said with difficulty. What power? Danny asked curiously. I don't know, but I have a hunch that it was prepared for this scene. You can use it without worry. You don't have to worry about the core seal. You don't have to worry about anything because the future experts will definitely know about today's battle and make the best choice, Bran said. Danny nodded and landed on the ground beside Dunstan and the others. Under the puzzled gazes of the gods, she raised the weirwood cane with both hands. My eyes are filled with joy. It's time to clean up. She said faintly, but her voice spread in all directions. Although she didn't know what the ultimate weapon was, there was one thing that she was absolutely certain of. It was something that could sweep through 300 gods and demons. It was something that couldn't be faked even after 10,000 years. She definitely couldn't let it go so easily. Arrogant. Everyone, let's attack together. Even if the world explodes, we must kill her today. The horseshoe military god said angrily. Yishur hesitated for a moment before he clenched his teeth and said with hatred, according to the previous plan, the powerful heavenly gods who have comprehended 2 laws will stand at the front. Everyone, prepare your strongest sorcery. Let's focus on 10 waves of attacks. Alright. 300 gods and demons answered in unison. Then, more than 50 demon gods stepped out from the crowd and formed a defensive system according to the formation. At the same time, the Dragon Queen's side was also going all out. For the first time, Blackie, Little White, Little Green, Little Gold, and Little Red, the 5 Megalosaurus dragon souls entered their bodies and fused with Danny with their respective 9-colored vortex meditation foundation. Buzz buzz, the 5 dragon souls were overclocked. The power was too strong. The space around Danny trembled violently, and pitch-black cracks that looked like broken porcelain bowls appeared. Even the drowning god, whose eyes were bloodshot from killing, shuddered and woke up from his stupor. After she woke up, she shouted in horror, "How is this possible? Just the violent aura alone is close to 0. 2 Bei Li. The core of the ceiling formation is really going to break. Danny Lizzie, don't go crazy. Where's your kindness? Damn it, we were all wrong about her. She's just like us. Her face is black, but her heart is even blacker." Red Bull Akun left the defensive formation formed by the powerful heavenly gods and flew away without looking back. Akun, what are you doing? The gods didn't understand. The formation is going to explode. Why aren't you running? Akun sped up. Fuck. Night Lion scolded. You stupid bull. The formation isn't broken yet. Danny Lizzie is deliberately mystifying things. What? Akun slammed on the brakes and looked back. As expected, Dragon Queen's aura had reached its peak, and in an instant, her divine power had been exhausted. It was like, she was holding it in with all her might, but all she did was let out a fart. Are you scaring us? He ran back again. As expected, we weren't wrong about you. You are the kind of great hero who is willing to sacrifice yourself for others. Ha ha ha. Shadow Demon Lalo laughed proudly. Sigh, if only everyone was as smart as you. How good would that be? Danny was exhausted and sighed dejectedly. Where did your divine power go? Kun asked in shock. It's all here. Danny's own divine power and spirit, together with the divine power and spirit of the 5 Megalosaurus, were like a time-space pump, drawing the sword from the other end of the pipe to the present. Yes, Bran was like a plastic pipe that connected the present and the future. An extremely weak but extremely powerful energy was transmitted from the future to the present. Crack crack crack, it was as if a steel ball with a diameter of 8 centimeters was stuffed into a 5-centimeter pipe. Wherever the steel ball passed, the tunnel cracked. Bran's soul was torn into countless pieces. Because his soul passage connected the present and the future, the torn soul fragments all fell into the future. Now, he was letting out a heart-wrenching cry. It was more painful than a real heart-wrenching cry. Your Majesty, today, I have fulfilled my promise to you. After leaving this sentence, Bran's soul scattered. When the steel ball fell into Danny's hand, it meant that the entire Bran's plastic pipe had shattered. On the river of time, from the present to the future, Bran's soul ashes were scattered evenly. Buzz buzz buzz. Once again, pitch-black cracks appeared in the space around Dragon Queen. This time, it was even more terrifying. The spiral-shaped space cracks surrounded her, forming a huge space tornado. The infinitely enlarged ceiling formation that looked like a macromolecular structure diagram was instantly crushed like a delicate flower that was sucked into a space shuttle turbine engine. Fuck. Danny was dumbfounded. Was she tricked by the people from the future? Fuck. Red Bull Akun was dumbfounded. The Dragon Queen finally broke her persona. Night Lion, Inami, and the others were dumbfounded. Then, they flew into a rage out of humiliation. Let's fight it out with her. Even if the great cataclysm breaks out again, we gods will at most suffer great losses. If I don't vent my anger today, I won't feel at ease. The Horseshoe War God roared. First, he used the Great Plague Poison technique. The 5-colored umbrella-like clouds swooshed and enveloped Dragon Queen. Whoosh! But in the next moment, the space tornado was like a hood. In an instant, it sucked all the poisonous cloud into a certain space. Let's retreat. Red Bull Akun said nervously. We've already planned this beforehand. We can't fight Danny Rise to the death. The frost god knows about the Misty Sea plan. He'll definitely sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, waiting for a chance to catch us all in one fell swoop. The alliance of justice and order was never stupid. After the frost god knew about their plan, not only did he not expose it to the Dragon Queen, but he also secretly helped them to hide it. Was he doing a good deed every day? Impossible. The gods didn't give up on the Misty Sea plan because according to this plan, the gods could easily take down the Dragon Queen without any losses. As long as the gods didn't suffer great losses, if the frost god dared to be the fisherman, they would dare to make him into fish soup. Don't rush. At least 10 waves of fire. If we can't kill Danny Rise, we'll run. Night Lion stopped Red Bull, who was preparing to run for the second time. It's too embarrassing to run without even fighting. Kun thought it made sense. The alliance of justice and order had been established for many years, but they had never fought the Dragon Queen head-on. Then, more than 300 demon gods floated in the air like stairs, surrounding the Dragon Queen. They used all their strength and used their strongest divine spells. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. They were colorful and strangely shaped. It was as if 10,000 barrels of fuel had been poured on the Dragon Queen. The space tornado around the Dragon Queen continued to expand. The seawater, the red coral, the white jade slabs, the white-robed and black-armored rowers standing in the square, the various powerful divine spells of the gods, and even the illusory broken seal runes were all sucked into the tornado. It was as if the Dragon Queen had become a black hole. As long as it existed, it would be sucked in. I can't sense the midnight and noon precepts, Night Lion suddenly shouted in fear. My plague precepts have disappeared too. It seems to have been eaten by something, the goat hoof war god said in disbelief. Mine has disappeared too. I can't use any divine spells. It's as if my precepts have gone blank. It means that the precepts of my divine spells have been erased. Me too. They had planned to attack 10 times, but before they could even attack 5 times, the gods suddenly realized that the precepts they were chanting had disappeared. They couldn't even use their divine spells. What's going on? Night Lion looked at Inami. Of the hundreds of gods and devils present, only Inami was still going bayubayubayu. The mermaid also stopped attacking. She looked at the space tornado in the center with a serious expression. She shook her head and said, I don't know. My precepts are also vibrating violently. It's as if a huge mouth is trying to chew them up and swallow them. But my true god status is like a layer of armor, blocking the huge mouth from chewing. Danny Alice, what did you do? Shadow Devil Lalo roared. Damn it, my flowing water palace is being devoured by something, Inami said angrily. Bam! 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 Just then, the sound of a rope snapping came from the void. It's over. It's all over. Inami's face was pale. The seal is broken. The chaotic high-energy magic is pouring in from all directions. There will be no more living people in this world. Even the deviant ghosts will be deformed. The world is going to be destroyed. Devil, I'll kill you. In desperation, the mermaid's divine power surged. Giant waves rolled up the lava in the underwater volcano and poured it down on Dragon Queen. But no matter how much lava and seawater came, they were all absorbed by the space tornado around Danny. What kind of space divine spell is this? Akun asked in shock. No, it's not space divine spell. Lalo, Inami, Night Lion, and the other gods who understood the fire chant shook their heads. It's fire. The space can't withstand the power of the fire. Cracks are appearing in it. What fire? The army god asked. The fire that can ignite the entire world. The most powerful fire in the universe. Danny laughed triumphantly. The space tornado disappeared. This meant that she had gained initial control of her new power. It was a light red flame the size of a soybean. Its color was so faint that it looked like a drop of red ink in a basin. It was illusory and looked as if it would be extinguished at any time. That's... Night Lion's eyes widened. He was terrified. Chapter 1041. The Dragon Queen pointed her middle finger at the gods, and the bean-sized flame burned on her finger. It was as light as smoke and as thin as mist, as if it would be extinguished in the sea in the next moment. However, none of the gods dared to underestimate it. Instead, their faces were filled with fear, and their bodies were trembling. This was because it was the flame that had swallowed all of their divine attacks. Now, the flowing water palace was still being destroyed. Large pieces of the building had turned into threads of nothingness and became the fuel for the flame. What was even more terrifying was that the flame had burned and swallowed all the laws of heaven and earth nearby. There were no laws in heaven and earth, so the gods had lost their ability to sense their songs of laws. Only Inami was spared. She was a true god, and the songs of laws of a true god were imprinted in the position of a true god. It was like a piece of information that was not only engraved by heaven and earth, but also left a copy in a higher floor. What kind of fire is this? Night Lion asked. Although he was asking, his eyes were filled with fear and greed. The other gods who had comprehended the laws of fire looked at the bean-sized flame. Just as you think. Danny smiled. Impossible, how could you suddenly grasp the power of the first flame? Inami shouted hysterically. What, the first flame? The other evil gods were in an uproar. You only had a trace of the characteristics of the first flame before, and you were still a long way from perfecting the Song of Fire. Even if you were talented, it would take you at least 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 years to comprehend the first flame, Lalo said bitterly. That's right. Even if the Song of Fire was perfected, it would take 1,000 years to grasp the polarity of the first flame. This thing was sent by me 2,000 years later, crossing the river of time. How is it? Are you surprised? Danny laughed heartily and revealed the secret without hesitation. Dead people were the best at keeping secrets. You're lying. The river of time and the river of fate are blurry. There is no clear path at all, and the future is uncertain, a powerful demon god who had comprehended several songs of laws exclaimed. Idiot, if I control the first flame, it means that the entire world is in my hands. Your so-called uncertain future is nothing more than a pre-planned game progression for me. Danny boasted. Anyway, now that she was awesome, no one could doubt her no matter how much she bragged, so she might as well brag to the sky. He could show off and scare them so much that their faces turned ashen and they peed their pants. Why not? Sure enough, the gods were scared shitless. What she said makes sense. If she grasps the first flame in the future, then the fate of the world will become a zither in her hands. She will be able to play any song she likes. Akun's face was deathly pale. He was so scared that he turned into a white bull. Even someone as strong as Yi Shi had lost his mind and was about to go mad. Why? Why is this happening? Why would the heavens betray those who have put in so much effort? Could it be that all of our efforts and schemes have been in vain? Ha 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 ha. Looking at the pitiful looks of the gods on the verge of collapse, the Dragon Queen laughed even more happily, and all her previous grievances were swept away. She's lying. Inami suddenly shouted. In the current world, even true gods can't be born. As long as she doesn't become a true god, she won't be able to control the true first flame. The power level of the first flame must be higher than that of a true god. To go up to the 5th floor, one must first go up to the 3rd and 4th floor. This is common sense. She can't even go up to the 3rd floor, how can she ignite the first flame on the 5th floor? Yi Shi and the other powerful demons were shocked. They immediately calmed down and released their spiritual energy, carefully examining the middle finger that Dragon Queen gave them. However, the middle and low-level demons didn't understand the common sense that Inami mentioned. They pointed at the flame on their middle finger and shouted, "But she clearly ignited the first flame." "Maybe, that's not the first flame." Yi Shi turned to Lalo. "You've seen the ember of the first flame, is it an ember?" "Its size is far inferior to the ember of the first flame, but its quality seems to be one level higher than the ember." Lalo's face turned pale. Whoosh! Red Bull Akun heard this, and without another word, he burned his essence blood and turned into a red light, escaping into the distance. Whoosh! Yi Shi's left and right eyes turned white and black. He was as fast as lightning, quickly escaping into the distance. Whoosh! 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 In the blink of an eye, the powerful demons fled in all directions, leaving the middle and low-level demons looking at each other. "I can't fly, someone help me." A demon wailed. "Demon, where do you think you're going?" Dragon Queen hesitated for a moment, but still used her middle finger to gently blow out the fire bean that she had been suppressing. Boom! It was like pressing the switch of a lighter in a warehouse full of flour and gas. In all directions, up, down, left, and right, everything was ignited in an instant. Everything was burning. However, Danny couldn't control it at all. Previously, when she was arguing with the gods, it wasn't to show off. It was mainly because she realized that she couldn't control that little thing. She even had the terrifying feeling that she would be burned to death. Hence, while bragging, she tried to use her willpower to sense and control it. However, the gods weren't stupid. Seeing that the situation was bad, they immediately fled. Helpless, Danny could only throw it out. No, Tiamin's heroic spirit in the square wailed and was licked away by the flames. Nothing was left behind, and it didn't stop them for even a second. No, the flowing palace was like a ping-pong ball that had fallen into a steel furnace. It turned into nothingness in the red flames. Inami was in so much pain that she cried out loudly. However, in the next moment, the flames attacked. The water barrier around her was useless. Instead, it was like opening the door to a thief. The moment it came into contact with the flames, it turned into flames. As for Inami, a true god like Tiamin's heroic spirit turned into nothingness without any resistance. Oh, no. There was still a difference between a true god and an Iron Seed heroic spirit. The burning of a heroic spirit didn't seem to help the flames. However, the burning of a true god made the flames rise by more than 3 feet. "Oh, no, Dragon Queen, spare me, I'm willing to hiss." Inami's subordinate gods, the mermaid wizards in the air, and the evil gods in the sky were all caught up by the flames in a flash. They didn't even have time to beg for mercy before they were burned into nothingness. Not ashes, but nothingness. After burning the flowing palace and the gods, the flames burned even more fiercely. Due to the loss of the ceiling formation, the suppressed underwater volcano was agitated. Huge waves rose in the magma pool. However, as the flames spread, everything was turned into nothingness. The thick smoke was gone. The evaporating seawater was gone. The magma was gone. Even the volcano in the trench and the trench itself were turned into nothingness in the flames. Everything was gone. The center of the sea of smoke was instantly lit up by the red light. Then, it was turned into nothingness. Only the flames were left, soaring into the sky and spreading in all directions. The seawater, rocks, promontories, sea monsters, and fish all disappeared in the flames. It wasn't just objects visible to the naked eye. Wherever the flames passed, even the laws were turned into nothingness. It was true nothingness. Nothing was left. Damn it, Danny Lilith wants to return the world to its original state. Night Lion and the other powerful gods knew more. When they saw the scene of flames wreaking havoc in the world, they were even more terrified. "I can't accept this." With a howl, Night Lion was caught up by the flames. With a light lick, he was turned into nothingness. Hiss hiss hiss, Shadow Demon Lalo, the Goat Hoof War God, and many other powerful gods were ignited one after another. Dragon Queen, I'm willing to surrender. Almighty Lord, I'm willing to follow you to reopen the world. Don't burn me. Red Bull Akun, who ran the fastest, was scared to tears. He was really crying. His face was covered in tears. Sorry, there's nothing I can do. Dragon Queen sighed. Even someone as merciful as me feels pity and sorrow when I see this scene. However, this fire is too uncontrollable. Dani was truly sorrowful. She didn't want to kill those Iron Seed heroic spirits. She also heard Asha and the others' cries for help. However, she was now like a bomb disposal expert facing a bomb that had already exploded. She was helpless against the shockwaves after the explosion. Shameless, weren't you the one who set this fire? If it wasn't your fire, why can you talk to me? Akun cursed. Even the laws were burned by the flames. Naturally, divine thoughts and souls couldn't survive in the flames. Therefore, when Akun communicated with Dani, he could only pass the message to the flames behind him. Then, he was burned. However, not only could Dani hear him, she could also pass the message to him through the flames. This phenomenon could only mean one thing: the original flame that burned the world was her divine technique. Of course, her consciousness was included in her divine technique. I was the one who set this fire. Dani calmed herself down and tried to control the flames while chatting with the dying Akun. Weren't you guys wondering where my divine power went? Even with the overclocked divine power of a level 5 dragon soul, I could only ignite a weak and almost transparent initial flame the size of a soybean. The future peoples, engraving boats and sending swords, also had limitations. Not only did it require a conduit like Bran, but it also seemed that it couldn't transfer energy, matter, or souls. It could only cast an illusory projection. The projection of the initial flame. It was like a person standing upstream of a river, holding a mirror and reflecting the sunlight into the dark forest downstream. For people, there was the future and the present. For a river, there was also upstream and downstream. However, for the sunlight itself, it illuminated the earth, and the entire river was on the earth. For the initial flame, its existence had nothing to do with time or distance. It was the world itself. It was very magical. Receiving the projection of the initial flame from upstream, Dani filled it with the power of her soul and imprinted a small initial flame. But no matter how small it is, it's still the initial flame. It's several levels higher than my level. It takes time to control it, but you guys just had to run. If you're not in a hurry to run, give me half an hour. Hey, Anyo, where are you? Anyo had already been burned by the flames and was burned into nothing. He didn't even leave behind a last word. Dani was a little embarrassed. She could only focus on controlling the initial flame. Gradually, she could roughly control the direction of the flames. The red flames that had burned a hole in the sea of smoke with a diameter of 200 kilometers started to soar into the sky and then spread out in the sky. Boom! The flames crackled and moved like a dragon. In a flash, it went from the center of the Sea of Smoke to Materis in the north, to the ruins of Valeglia in the south. Streaks of red flames traveled across the sky of the land of Long Summer. In an instant, the entire land of Long Summer was covered in flames. The chaotic high-energy magic power was the world's most terrifying poison and pollution source, but now it became the best fuel for the initial flame. Ah, the curse is gone. The curse is burning. I can feel it. In the land of Long Summer, beside the main road of Valeglia, Dani and Barristan used to stay in Blackwater Town, Chapter 177. The old priest with a twisted nose and mouth looked up at the burning sky. His face was filled with tears and excitement. One day, the noble Dragon King will lead the Megalosaurus to reappear in the world. He will help the people of Valeglia break out of their cage. The dragon flames of the Megalosaurus will ignite the sky. The entire land of long summer will be purified in the flames. We will be reborn. This is the prophecy from 400 years ago. Today, it has finally come true. It's exactly as described in the prophecy. Balerion, bless us. We are reborn. High Priest, it's not good. Balerion's statue has cracked, and my divine arts have been activated. Balerion, he's dead. Suddenly, the little priest's heart-wrenching wail came from the temple in the center of the village. The old priest. Chapter 1042. After the long night ended, the merchants opened up the smoke sea route from Slaver's Bay to Volantis. The sea journey was reduced by a few thousand kilometers. But until a few hundred years later, an adventurous Targaryen discovered to his horror that under the Smoke Sea, there was a 120-kilometer deep abyss under the Smoke Sea when he was looking at the remains of the battlefield where Elder Dany List fought. Even further back in the past, there were 14 fire peaks there. Later on, the hemispherical abyss was named Dany List Canyon. The volcano where Sheepegg was sealed was at the top of Dany List Canyon. So, his ending was predictable. He couldn't even wait for the Dragon Queen to devour him. At the beginning of the first flame, he was burned into nothingness along with the flowing water palace and Inami. However, the old priest of Blackwater Town didn't have to despair too much. At this moment, there were countless priests wailing with him. Inside the anti-ghost steel fortress, modified from the Bravo's iron vault. See, King Tormo exclaimed, "Isn't the phenomenon in the sky a sign of the fall of a true god? Why did the pale holy child fall?" It had been 2 years since the long night. The Sea King also understood the difference between a demigod, a powerful sky god, and a true god. Just now, the earth shook and the sky cracked. Ghosts cried and gods wept. The rain of blood was majestic. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Although the intensity was greater, the style was similar to when the storm god fell. So, even without consulting the old zebra man Moon Singer, the Sea King himself guessed that another true god had fallen. He called the old woman Moon Chant over because he wanted to know which true god had died and who had killed him. Alright, he had more or less guessed the murderer. As soon as the old woman entered, another priest of the pale holy child came over and cried, "The statue is cracked, the divine arts are gone, my lord pale holy child has been killed." There was a huge change in the Valeglia Peninsula, an unprecedented upheaval. The Sea of Law is almost. The old zebra man tilted his head and thought hard, trying to find the right words. The entire Sea of Law has evaporated. The crying pale holy child priest choked. It's a bit like evaporation. The old woman nodded reluctantly. But I'm not sure if it's evaporation or a rising tide. I don't care about the Sea of Law. Just tell me what happened and how it affects us. Sea King said anxiously. Your Majesty, my main god's statue has cracked, and the divine technique has disappeared. The priestess of the Fisherman King's church ran over with tears on her face. The Fisherman King is Inami. It seems that the dead true god is him, the old zebra man said immediately. The Sea King furrowed his brows and nodded. The Fisher King's church had been of great help to Bravos. They had to rely on them for long nights, fishing in the coastal waters, and guarding against deviant ghosts in the water. Now that Inami had been killed, Bravos was in deep trouble. Do you know who the murderer is? The Sea King asked bitterly. Your Majesty Sea King, my master, Red Bull Akuan, Your Majesty, my Lord Lalo. Before the priestess of the Fisher King could answer, another large group of priestesses ran into the main hall while howling. They're all dead. The Sea King was shocked. The others nodded with tears on their faces. Only the Red God Priestess shook her head and said hesitantly, my main god statue hasn't completely cracked, and I haven't completely lost my divine technique, but I can't use it. I don't know what happened. The Sea King furrowed his brows and scanned the crowd before asking, where's Archbishop Stellan? The chief swordsman whispered, Archbishop Stellan isn't here. Then, has the Tower of Holy Light been extinguished? The Sea King asked again. It's brilliant, shining in all directions. It seems to be even brighter, the chief swordsman replied. The Sea King nodded silently. He knew what was going on. After that, he tried his best to persuade the priestesses who had lost their god to leave. Then, he tiredly ordered his attendants, invite the keykeeper and the professors here. Now that most of the nobles were hiding in the iron treasury mine, everyone arrived very quickly. The Sea King did not hesitate and said directly, I've decided to convert to the 7 gods. Tonight, I'll find Archbishop Stellan to be baptized into the church. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. The keykeeper, Bizarro, was puzzled and said, You can decide on this matter yourself. Why do you need to bring us here? Even before the outbreak of the faceless ghosts, the Sea King's decision to convert to the 7 gods would only cause a commotion. It was not a big problem. The religion of Bravos was very open because everyone came from different races. Each race had their own beliefs. It's not just me. In the future, no one who is not a believer of the 7 gods can become the Sea King, the Sea King said in a deep voice. Ah, you want to establish the Church of the 7 gods as the national religion? This time, everyone was agitated and expressed their opposition. The Sea King did not think it was enough. He pressed down with both hands and waited for the keykeeper and the professors to calm down. Then, he said in a deep voice, I think the statues of the 7 gods of the Holy Church have been there for a long time. Most of the wood is rotten and the paint is mottled. I plan to use gold, jade, and the best gems to recast the Holy Mother's golden body. If possible, the Titan statue at the entrance of the Great Lagoon should be modified to look like the Holy Mother. Well, it should be completely based on Danny Leesy's appearance. This. Everyone was stunned. Why do you have to do this? In addition, the Holy Church is too small. It is not worthy of the majesty and great achievements of the Holy Mother. I want to draw a new piece of land on the island of gods and build a great holy church that surpasses the Moon Chanter Temple. It should be more luxurious and magnificent than the great holy church of Baylor at the King's Landing. In addition to the gold used to repay the Dragon Queen, 90% of the remaining gold in the Iron Vault will be used to decorate the great holy church of the 7 gods. Your Majesty, are you crazy? The professors cried out. Why don't you understand? The school of black and white is abolished. Bravo's strength has been greatly reduced in the corpse tide. We can't keep so much gold. It's better to put the gold in the holy church of the 7 gods. Who dares to touch the gold in the holy church? Who can touch it? The Sea King sighed helplessly and continued, in addition, the Archbishop of the Holy Church will have the authority of the professors and the leader of the keykeepers. In other words, the power of the school of black and white will be transferred to the Church of the 7 gods. Of course, from now on, the nobles of Bravos will choose the best children to enter the Church of the 7 gods and try to occupy the positions of bishops and archbishops. This time, everyone's reaction was not too intense. After all, 90% of the gold was taken out. What else could move a merchant more than gold? Why so radical? Bizarro was puzzled. The Sea King first told them about the fall of the gods, then smiled bitterly. The other gods and devils are all dead. Only the Holy Mother is alive. It's obvious that the Dragon Queen and the Alliance of Justice fought and she won. The world from now on belongs to her and the Church of the 7 gods. We should take a side. Everyone was silent and tacitly agreed with the Sea King's decision. Bravos was still too far away from the Smoke Sea. They could only guess that the Smoke Sea had undergone a great change through the death of the evil god and the fluctuations in the Sea of Law. The city-states 2,000 kilometers away from the Smoke Sea, Volantis and Slave Bay, could see the Sea of Fire with their naked eyes. The entire sky of the land of long summer was ignited. Even the Free Girl Island was included in the flames. The first flame burned almost everything, including the air. After burning up the chaotic magic in the sky of the land of long summer, the fire became even fiercer. It started to spread across the land of long summer and flowed in all directions. If Danny did not control it, in less than 2 days, the entire world would return to its original state in the first flame. However, it was obvious that Danny did not want to repeat the same thing. With her current level, she could not use the first flame to create a world. Even if she could create a new world, she would be the only one in the new world. Was it fun to be the god of creation? Hence, she tried her best to limit the range of the first flame. At the same time, she used her old woman clergy to analyze the characteristics of the first flame. Only by knowing it like the back of one's hand could one control it freely. At the same time, she looked around with a pair of sneaky eyes, searching for the frost god who wanted to be the Oriole. She made a decision in her heart. As long as she found his breath, she would immediately release the first flame. Even if it burned through the sky, she would take him away. Unfortunately, the frost god was indeed paying attention to the smoke sea, but he quietly hid his main body outside the world. Lalo's greed, Sheep Egg's explosiveness, my creation, all of them are in the first flame. 3 days later, Danny opened her eyes that had been closed for a long time. Countless shadows of flames flashed across her eyes. The combination of the polarities of the Song of Fire is the true first flame. Lalo, Sheep Egg, and I only took a part of the first flame's characteristics. However, creation is the most important characteristic of the first flame. The first flame that created the world can also bring death to the world. If I don't stop it, the entire world will be reduced to nothingness by the first flame. The limit of life is death. And the Dead Ice universe can give birth to the first flame of creation. Is this reincarnation from death? Extreme Yin gives birth to Yang, Extreme Yang gives birth to Yin. The so-called Song of Ice and Fire was so similar to the yin-yang study of the Eastern Xianxia universe. Was it a coincidence, or were they two ways of expressing the same principle? As Danny's understanding of the first flame deepened, her control of the first flame also became stronger. With a thought, the flames covering the land of long summer suddenly shrank. The flames formed a long line, as fast as lightning, and collapsed toward Danny's palm. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sea of fire that covered an area of nearly 1,000,000 square kilometers and was more than 10 kilometers thick only condensed into a flame the size of an egg yolk in Danny's palm. Hundreds of evil gods, one true god, hundreds of thousands of iron seed heroic spirits, the smoke sea, the volcano, and the boundless chaos magic energy above the land of long summer only allowed the first flame to grow to this size. At first, the bean-sized flame was very illusory. Now, the egg yolk was unusually solid. Its surface flashed with a strange red light, like a drop of blood from a god. Danny swallowed. What should I do with you? Give it to me. Who's talking? Danny looked around in surprise. She had already burned a hemisphere with a diameter of 200 kilometers in this sea of smoke. The bottom was all bright red magma, and there was seawater on both sides pouring in like a waterfall. Smoke rose into the sky, but when it approached Danny, it immediately turned into fuel for the first flame. And other than herself, only Dunstan and the other 5 Taimen survived. They were very close to the Dragon Queen and were not touched by the first flame. But when they saw the first flame, their spiritual power was burned out, and they fainted from exhaustion. Mortals did not even have the right to see the first flame. The will of the world. Looking around, Danny suddenly had an epiphany and realized something. Give it to me, I want it. The world will was very mechanical and weak when it spoke of its desire. It could not communicate with Danny anthropomorphic, but she could completely feel its weakness and desire. It was like an old man on the verge of starvation seeing a bowl of fragrant sweet potato porridge. Danny looked at the first flame in her hand, and then looked at the cracked land of long summer. She suddenly had an epiphany. As the final achievement of Valeglia's dragon and magic civilization, it was not a coincidence that she removed the seal of the land of long summer and burned out the chaos magic energy. She was completing Valeglia's karma. Now, it was her turn to use the first flame to compensate for the damage Valeglia had caused to the world. I am the last Valeglia Dragon King. When I was born, you turned the remaining first flame into a destiny and gave it to me. Now, it belongs to you. Dani sighed, and swallowed the first flame that was the size of an egg yolk into her stomach. Then she waved her hand, and a green spatial door opened. With a whoosh, Dunstan and the other 4 were taken away. Finally, her figure blurred and disappeared. Thousands of kilometers away from the surface, Dani's eyes were closed, and her limbs were spread out, floating and sinking in the bright red magma. Leave me what I need, and you can take the rest. Chapter 1043. The ground was filled with cracks, and one could even reach in with one's hand. Large chunks of soil turned into sand, and the vegetation on the ground was sparse. It was difficult to see any greenery within 1,000 miles. There was also a sandstorm from afar. That was how Dani felt about the world after her consciousness sank into the Earth's core. The world was about to die, dry and die. At that moment, wisps of red mist rose from her body and merged into the earth fire. The Earth's core was shaking, and the world was singing. It was like a spring flowing into the dry earth. Spores sprouted, greenery was born, and the earth was nourished by clear water. The cracks slowly healed, the world gradually regained some vitality. The Earth's core, the heart of the earth, was the source of the world's vitality. When the Earth's core began to recover, the magic of the underground fire immediately became condensed. Because the condensation of the earth fire gradually became orderly, the wounds of the entire world began to heal. The most direct manifestation was the sea of smoke thousands of miles above the Earth's core. In the 120-kilometer deep pit created by the first flame, the Earth's core restrained the fire magic, and the lava spewing out of the cracks gradually quieted down. Without the fire magic that continued to surge out from the ground, the lava gradually solidified into a thick layer of rock at the bottom of the pit. The seawater that slanted down was no longer evaporated, and the hemispherical pit with a radius of 100 miles was gradually filled up. The world's will extracted the first flame from Dani's body to nourish the Earth's core, and also left behind what she needed according to her request. The sheep's egg was instantly devoured by the first flame. If she did not devour it, she would not be able to complete the top-notch fire wizard's constitution in Valeglia's prophecy. The first flame devoured the sheep's egg, and the world's will helped her absorb the first flame, which was of a higher level than the sheep's egg. The world was equal to the first flame, and the world's will was almost equal to the first flame's will. Moreover, this first flame belonged to Dani. With her and the world's will's combined efforts, the first flame burned away the impurities in the cells, allowing the genes of the fire element to evolve to a higher level. It was a bit similar to the evil god's reverse evolution. First, determine the goal, to give birth to a child with the bloodline evolution, and then use this goal to fine-tune one's genes to evolve oneself. In fact, Dani had learned this technique a long time ago. Back in Sosros, when she burned the Vajra ancestor's body in the Vajra's cave, she used the dragon's flame to burn herself. This was the most basic directed genetic evolution. Dani, who had burned in the King Kong cave abode once, had a higher level of genes than before she went to Soros. The will of the world exhausted all its resources to bestow the talent of fire creation to her and no one else, because she was the last Valeglia Dragon King, and her bloodline was the pinnacle of the Valeglia civilization. Right now, her genes in the Song of Fire cultivation had become even more powerful, even higher than the prophesied evolution rate after absorbing the sheep egg. This was because she was modifying her body to adapt to the first flame. The first flame not only returned her the inheritance of her sheep eggs, but also bestowed her with many more things. What a powerful reaction of fire devil power! Deep in the earth's core, a ball of flames formed the shape of a human face. It was the Light King Lalo. He did not participate in the hunt for the Dragon Queen at all. Therefore, when the first flame broke out, only Lalo the Shadow Demon was burned to death. The King of Light was in the depths of the earth fire and luckily escaped. Dani was worried that the first flame would burn through the core of the earth, so she changed the direction of the first flame. She's using the power of her first flame to nourish the dry core of the earth? Lalo sensed carefully and was surprised and suspicious. The falling speed of the world has stopped, but it's not rising. This is not right. The first flame should be able to bring the world to a higher level. Did we guess wrong before? No, the first flame must be able to pull the world to a higher level. Since it's only stopping the falling of the world, it means that what she created is not the first flame at all. Oh, that's not right either. This energy level is too high. The golden red fire cocoon in the distance made the old fire god tremble in fear. Lalo was born earlier and had experienced the high energy level dimension at the beginning of the world's fall. Even so, he had never seen such a vast power. It should be a high imitation of the first flame. She hasn't even finished chanting the Song of Fire. Lalo had a realization in his heart. Then, he started to retreat because a crack appeared in the fire cocoon, and it started to peel off layer by layer. The Dragon Queen was coming out. He had to run away. The Justice League is finished and wiped out. But in the deepest part of the dark world, there's still a group of ancient demon gods guarding the edge of the world. Let's ask them what plans they have, and the Frost God. Lalo was conflicted. As the Frost God's lifelong enemy, he thought, Lalo did not want to work with him. But the world was so difficult that he had to compromise with reality. The Frost God is still my mortal enemy. I'll only work with him to plot against Jon Snow and kill that bastard. I'll find a chance to stab the Frost God in the back. After finding a reason to comfort himself, Lalo gradually made a decision in his heart. The Shadow Demon was completely annihilated and not even ashes were left. Lalo's power was reduced by 60%, the Shadow Demon had the Song of Law, but the Light King did not. The destiny that was entrusted to Jon became more important. If he could devour Jon, he could at least split out another Shadow Lalo. Kacha! The eggshell-like flame shattered and a bright red flame floated out. Someone seemed to be spying on me. Could it be Lalo? The flame muttered. Boom! The flames exploded, and Dani's body slowly condensed from nothing. There was a red light flowing under her white skin, and her silver hair seemed to be covered in a layer of boiling flames. She looked elegant and mysterious, and there were 2 dreamy fire circles in her big purple eyes, as if she had double pupils. Compared to before, her height did not change. She was about 173 centimeters, but her body was more in line with the golden ratio. She was beautiful but did not lack power. She did not leave immediately. Instead, she gathered the remnants of the fire cocoon and set up a powerful seal. Lalo was right. Her first flame was an imitation. If it was the real first flame, she could use it to devour the world and spit out the world again. More directly, if the first flame devoured Asha and the Iron Seed hero spirit, Dani could easily extract them from the fire. It was like recording and playing a tape. Dani could not do it now because this first flame was a shadow of the first flame 2,000 years in the future. Keeping this imitation first flame residue, Dani could sing the complete Song of Fire and control the real first flame in the future. Then, she could save the Iron Seed hero spirit in the residue. This included Grey Sea King and Garen, whose soul and bloodline were absorbed by the Inami demon sword. Dani felt that she should give them an explanation. Or rather, give herself an explanation. She wanted to clear her mind. She wondered if Asha would feel uncomfortable when she returned to the new world a few hundred years later. After doing all this, half a month had passed. Jumping out of the magma layer naked, Dany found her armor, great sword, and weirwood staff at the bottom of the sea before heading to the Hell's Gate. It was a black reef island at the entrance to the Smoke Sea from the Bay of Sorrows. Prime Minister Turtle led a group of Slavers Bay Navy to the island to catch fish that swam to the Smoke Sea. The Hell's Gate was less than 300 kilometers away from the center of the battle. After the battle, Dany opened the dimension door and sent a few time in over. "Your Majesty, are you okay?" As soon as Dany landed, the giant crab Eris Setiga led a group of fishermen to surround her. Even Prime Minister Turtle's three-story turtle head emerged from the bottom of the sea. Because Dunstan and the others had arrived early, the soldiers and civilians of Hell Castle had a rough idea of what happened in the Smoke Sea. This saved Dany a lot of trouble. "I'm fine. The Cthulhu Alliance is finished this time." Dany briefly explained the result of the battle. She did not mention much about the First Flame. "Next, we will focus on dealing with the deviants. After some time, when I've adjusted my condition, we will gather all the soldiers in Slaver's Bay and wipe out the deviants in Ursos." After comforting the civilians, Dany told Prime Minister Turtle about what happened in the Smoke Sea in detail. "It's the First Flame." "No wonder." Prime Minister Turtle was shocked. He was also glad that he had not been stubborn back then and obeyed the Dragon Queen. He was so lucky to become a vassal god who had comprehended the First Flame. His future was bright. After his excitement, Prime Minister Turtle asked expectantly, "Did you leave a bit of the First Flame to deal with Frost God?" If she could deal with Frost God as well, Dragon Queen would be invincible and become the Divine King without a doubt. "I want to, but my level is not high enough. I can't split the First Flame," Dany said regretfully. She could create the First Flame that was the size of a soybean not because of her high level. In fact, it was difficult for her to even control it, let alone split it. Splitting the First Flame was like splitting the world into two, but it could ensure that each half of the world was independent and complete. The difficulty was second only to creating a new First Flame. Dany even suspected that the real First Flame could not be created out of thin air. "I don't need the First Flame. I'm confident that I can deal with Frost God." Dany looked up at the dark sky and sneered. "That guy lost his position as true god of ice, but I gained countless insights from the First Flame. Even my bloodline has evolved by at least 3 levels. Give me 3 more years. In 3 years, I'll be able to sing the complete Song of Fire." 3 years. Prime Minister Turtle pondered for a moment and asked, "Is Anami's life mark still there?" "No, nothing is left," Dany said helplessly. After the death of the drowning god, another celestial phenomenon of a true god's death appeared between heaven and earth. "I'm very worried." Prime Minister Turtle's tone turned serious. "Your Majesty, I've thought about it carefully. Although Frost God is a true god, he's an ES god from the outer realm. His support for the Sea of Laws is almost zero." Dany closed her eyes and sank her consciousness into the Sea of Laws. Countless laws flowed before her eyes as her consciousness went deeper. Finally, in the deepest part of the Sea of Laws, she saw Stone Tablet. The stone tablet's essence was a complete song of laws. It was like the foundation of a house, supporting the entire Sea of Laws. That was why it looked like a solid stone tablet. The earthen yellow stone tablet was singing a song that was full of vigor and contained all things. "Earth God, Mother Earth." Dany opened her eyes with a complicated expression. Of the 4 elemental gods, only Mother Earth is left. Mother Earth's condition is not good. Old Turtle's eyes were blurred as he recalled. 30,000 years ago, Mother Earth predicted that she would not be able to hold on for long. To ensure that the Song of Earth was passed down, she even sent King Crab, who had the talent of earth and water, to the Jade Sea to be Mother Earth's subordinate god for 10,000 years. However, King Crab was ignorant and incompetent. He spent all his time with the evil gods in the neighboring land. In the end, he could not even sing the chorus of the Song of Earth. Sigh, I thought that she was an evil god. No wonder. Danny smiled awkwardly and said, I'll go back to Slave Bay first, then go to Thunder Island to see Mother Earth. Even if I can't heal her injuries, I have to ensure her safety. Yes, I've taken in another vassal god in Sasros and let it be Mother Earth's bodyguard. Kaboom kacha. Suddenly, the sky was filled with a blood-red sea of lightning. The wind howled like a ghost's cry. The crisp sound of biscuits breaking came from the depths of the earth. The sea of laws collapsed in an instant. The last true god had fallen. Who killed Mother Earth? Dragon Queen was furious. Chapter 1044. In the dark and empty stomach, the chewed food particles would move in a disorderly manner, but they would also move in an orderly manner along with the stomach's peristalsis. There were cakes, apples, and roasted meat in the stomach. The food particles would often collide with each other. Sometimes, they would separate after a collision. Sometimes, they would stick together after a collision. Sometimes, they would merge together. Sometimes, the apple particles would collide with the roasted meat particles. Sometimes, the apple particles would collide with each other. Sometimes, the food particles would meet the stomach acid. A part of it would melt and continue to be transported randomly. Then, it would meet the stomach acid a second time, a third time, a fourth time. But finally, the food particles would completely melt in the stomach. In the dark and empty void, the broken worlds that had fallen from the higher dimensions were moving in a disorderly manner. They would also move in an orderly manner in accordance with some unknown laws of the universe. There were worlds in the shape of galaxies, planes, and worlds that existed in various ways. Broken worlds would often collide with each other. Sometimes, they would stagger after a collision. Sometimes, they would stick together after a collision. Sometimes, one world would merge into another world. Sometimes, the astral world would collide with the plane-dimensional world. Sometimes, the astral bodies would collide with the astral bodies. The broken worlds would encounter white frost. Every time they encountered it, the world's fire would dim a little. They would continue their celestial bodies' movements. Then, they would encounter white frost a second time, a third time, a fourth time. But one day, the broken worlds would enter the end of the world in the ice of death. The world of the Song of Ice and Fire was not low-level or ordinary. It had its own characteristics. It allowed the birth of the supreme law of the universe, the Song of Ice and Fire, in the world. Even Danny did not realize how precious this characteristic was at this time. However, the world of the Song of Ice and Fire was not the most special one. Every world, just like every person, had its own characteristics. There was once a world called Ain Woodod. The fate of the world was very similar to that of Danny's world. They both had great potential, but before their potential could be transformed into strength, they began their journey of falling worlds. The characteristic of Ain Woodod's world was space-time jump. To put it in simpler terms, it was planar travel. In some novels, plane travel was the protagonist's golden finger. But for Ain Woodod's elves, plane travel was an inherited talent that was branded in their blood. This kind of bloodline was known as the ancient blood. If Danny collected all the songs of ice and fire in the future, her descendants would have a chance to awaken the Song of Ice, Song of Fire, or Song of Ice and Fire talents. The future Targaryen could also call his bloodline the Ancient Blood. Unfortunately, Ain Woodward only had people like Danny, Rhys, and Jon, but there was no Holy Mother Danny who could change her fate. This world continued to fall until it finally entered the ultimate. After that, there were still people from the Ain Woodod clan who had awakened their ancient blood, and there were quite a few of them. Thus, they had their differences and chose to travel to different worlds. Ain Woodod was split into two, the Ain Shitty clan and the Ain Air clan. Although their clans were separated, they did not lose contact with each other due to the innate ability of the ancient blood. The elven world where the Ain-El clan settled. It was as beautiful as the elven capital, Ternalia, which was blessed by the gods. 2 suns hung in the sky, and in the lush green forest, the lake rippled. Under the sunlight, there were fragments of golden light like fish scales, and the white marble buildings were perfectly embellished in the middle. Dong! A beautiful girl with pointed ears leaned on the railing, her eyebrows furrowed as she threw pine nuts into the lake. A graceful woman wearing a crown walked over and stroked the girl's head. She said softly, "Laura, as you can see, Avarak is a handsome, noble, and knowledgeable wise man. In Ternalia, who knows how many elven girls are infatuated with him?" The elven girl, Laura, pouted. "That guy is like a piece of wood. I don't have any feelings for wood." The woman sighed. "Your union is not only because of love, but also because of a more important responsibility. The Ain-Er clan has lost their ancient talent, but we don't know when the next white frost will come. We need your descendants to inherit that ancient blood. In this way, when this world is destroyed in the ice, the clan can migrate to a new world." Laura lowered her head and said sullenly, "Mother, I can open the world gate now. Otherwise, I can leave this world before I die of old age. Then I won't have to marry Avarak." The elegant queen smiled bitterly and shook her head. "But what will happen after you die? 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years later? Our descendants also need the ancient blood. It would be best if the ancient blood could be passed on from generation to generation, never ending." The girl's mood was depressed. She turned around and waved her hand. When the space gate opened, and one could clearly see the mountains on the other side. This was not a space gate, but a higher-level world gate. On the other side of the gate was another planet. "Since I have seen him, I should continue my journey," the girl said as she stepped out and arrived in another world. The wizard world. Before the world gate closed, the elven queen hurriedly reminded, "Laura, your ancient blood needs more training. Don't be addicted to only one world. Although the universe is dark and cold, it is vast and boundless, with bright stars. The sea of stars is your future." "I know," Laura replied casually, and subconsciously raised her head to look at the starry sky. The sky was dark, and snow was falling, but it could not block her sight. "Hey, there is a big star in the sky." "No, it is a shadow. It hasn't solidified yet." Laura rubbed her eyes and said in surprise, "There are no stars in the sky now. I am seeing the future." For the elven sages who had awakened their ancient blood, seeing through the timeline and predicting the future was almost instinctive. It was easier than eating or drinking. However, they could not interfere with fate like the three-eyed crow. They were more like Zhou Jian's green dream. "The new world is approaching us." The girl looked up at the sky again, and her eyes shone with a strange light. She was amazed. "Oh my God, it is so bright." Then, Laura turned to look at her hometown, Ain-Er. Among the fireflies, it was as dazzling as a bonfire on a summer night. However, the new world that was approaching was as bright as an erupting volcano. Even the powerful Ain-Er was just a bonfire, and the new world was as vast as a volcano? The female elf Laura was stunned. "How can there be such a bright star? Perhaps, it can become the new home of my people." "No, I can't be reckless. Father said that the brighter the star, the more powerful the origin power. There must be powerful natives living in that world." Thinking about the history of the elven world and the sorcerer world, the girl's excited heart gradually calmed down. "I will first use the astral projection to explore the path and see what races live there, what the geographical environment is like, and whether the people are friendly." Laura made a decision in her heart. She gave up on her plan to wander around and looked for a valley that was sheltered from the wind and snow. Her line of sight was locked on the supernova. Her spirit left her body and crossed an endless distance to arrive at the dark void. Then, she leaped towards the shining star. Who killed Mother Earth? Dragon Queen was furious. Originally, after absorbing the high imitation first fire, the falling of the world had stopped. However, because the last true god had suddenly fallen, the broken three-wheeled motorcycle that was braking on the steep slope directly broke the brake and stepped on the accelerator. With a hysterical and unstoppable momentum, it rushed towards the abyss at the bottom of the slope. I was worried that someone had lost and attacked Mother Earth. I didn't expect them to be so crazy. Turtle Prime Minister said sadly. Dani pulled out the steel greatsword at her waist with a clang. She said angrily, I swear, anyone who attacks Mother Earth, be it a god, don't even think about living. Even if I have to chase them to the ends of the earth, I will catch all of them, pull out their tendons and skin them alive. Their souls will be suppressed in hell forever. 3,000 years ago, when Mother Earth was still alive, she said that Mother Earth could last for at least another 40,000 years. I didn't expect her fate to be broken. Turtle Prime Minister said helplessly. You continue fishing here. I will go to the Jade Sea. Maybe she would have to chase the culprit to the ends of the earth. Seeing that Dani was about to leave, Turtle Prime Minister hurriedly called out, Wait, Your Majesty. I have a few brothers and sisters who came from the Rhone River to seek refuge with you. They hope to become your servants. A group of little turtles. Dani stopped in her tracks and asked in confusion. No. Turtle Prime Minister moved towards the depths of the sea. His voice was long and heavy, spreading tens of kilometers away. Splash. The next moment, water splashed up high on the surface of the sea. A large creature swam towards the reef island. Your Majesty, I am Sea Dragon. A red-scaled carp that was as wide as a bed and 5 meters long bowed its head and wagged its tail respectfully. Judging from the voice, it was a female carp. Your Majesty, I am Hammer. A black fish that was as thick as a train carriage shouted. Dani gulped. She couldn't help but think of boiled fish. Your Majesty Dani Alice, I am Water Caltrop. I am willing to serve you. This was a clamshell demon. She wasn't too big, only as wide as the door of the central room. Dani suddenly remembered that when she killed the Crab King, Turtle Prime Minister said that there were still a few sprouts in the Rhone River that survived the battle between Valeglia and Nuenar. When I accompany the fleet back, the 3 of them help to fish. Turtle Prime Minister explained. Turtle Prime Minister was the only one who could borrow the power of the wind god to change the direction of the wind. Therefore, every time the fleet went back and forth, they had to rely on him to escort them. Dani nodded. She left her god's mark in the minds of the 3 demons. From now on, they could also borrow her wind-fire divine art. Your iron seed should be able to adapt to the environment here, right? Stay here for a few days. I have something to do in the Jade Sea. After that, she comforted Dunstan and the others. She disappeared and reappeared at, Why are you hiding here? Dani teleported to the top of King Kong's head. It had been more than 20 days since the meat boat strength. That guy crossed thousands of miles of sea and came to Old Gith. Roar. My lord, I saw the sky in the west was lit up. I was scared and didn't dare to go near. Then I came here. King Kong sat on the Great Pyramid. As it explained, it fearfully glanced in the direction of the land of long summer. Obviously, it was scared out of its wits. You idiot, didn't you sense my presence in the fire? Dani landed on its shoulder and kicked its neck. King Kong was stunned for a moment. It immediately turned over and prostrated on the ground. It said in awe, My lord, you are so powerful. Dani's mood improved. Go to Slaver's Bay. Cooperate with the Megalosaurus and Fire Raven to resist the possible Frost God. At least hold on until I return. Chapter 1045. The Thunder Island in the south of the barren land was covered with dense forests. It was in between spring and summer all year round and was like a big piece of jade in a sea of jade. However, this was all a long time ago. Now, it was covered in snow like countless other city-states. The whole world was only left with a monotonous grayish-white color. When Danny arrived at the Thunder Island Palace, it was less than half an hour since the fall of Mother Earth. The dark and gloomy sky was like a big pot covered with a thick layer of ashes that was placed on top of everyone's head. At this moment, the Thunder Island Queen's imperial city was exceptionally lively. Heads were moving and voices were chaotic. Torches came from all directions like a long dragon, shuttling between the palaces like greedy snakes. Finally, they gathered near an altar-like structure in the West Palace. Battle cries, the clashing of swords, the whistling of arrows, the thunderous roars of the gods and the sound and light effects of large-scale divine spells. When the Dragon Queen arrived, she was just in time to see the battle between the gods and humans. Thousands of long-legged warriors of the Thunder Island were risking their lives to besiege the army formed by more than 30 demigods. The average height of the people of the Thunder Island was between 2.1 m and 2.4 m, they had long legs and slim limbs. Their skin was brown like oiled teak. The altar was not a high platform. Instead, it was similar to the centaurs. The altar was built lower than the ground. It was 10 feet deep and had a radius of 200 meters. There were steps leading down to a huge pentagram at the bottom of the pit. In the center of the pentagram, a round hole with a diameter of 10 meters was opened. The evil gods rushed out from the hole, trying to escape. Under the command of the general, the guards of the Thunder Island attacked the evil gods who had intruded into the sacred land of the Thunder Island. The long-legged warriors were equipped with armor. The sword-shield soldiers were in front, the spear-wielding soldiers were in the middle, and the archers were 100 meters away from them. They stood on the higher steps and shot wildly at the center of the battlefield. Almost all of the evil gods were hit by arrows and were injured. However, they were also releasing acid, poisonous fire, and black smoke in a large area. The soldiers' eyes were blinded by the smoke. Their exposed skin was festering and rotting. Their battle robes and capes were ignited by the demonic flames. It was a horrible sight. An evil god with a chicken head and a human body was shot in his left eye. He howled in pain and said with resentment, "Bastard, how dare you provoke the gods? I swear, your dynasty has come to an end." Another one-eyed black-scaled giant with one eye between his eyebrows smashed 3 or 4 armored warriors into meat paste with one swing of his stick. He shouted towards the outside of the altar, "Galoya, the ancient god is dead. The outcome has been decided. There is no point in stopping us. Let us go, and I'll let this go. Otherwise. Or else what?" A female voice that could not suppress her anger appeared in his ears. "Otherwise, who are the Black Mountain and the Son of Heaven?" The Cyclops sensed that something was wrong and turned around abruptly, only to see a silver-haired woman in blue and white armor looking at him coldly. "Who are you?" The giant raised his wooden club in front of his chest and became vigilant. The person who came was naturally Danny. When she saw this scene in midair, how could she not understand who the murderer of Mother Earth was? Some of the soldiers outside didn't see Danny, and some saw Danny suddenly appear like a phantom, but they still didn't care. The attack didn't stop. The sky was filled with arrows and steel crossbow bolts, bringing with it a sharp whistling sound. Danny only stretched out her left hand slowly and clenched it in the air. Kacha, kacha, kacha. The arrows seemed to have hit an invisible turbine blade. Whether it was the hardwood arrows or the steel crossbow bolts, they all broke in the air. The steel was cut into several sections, and the wood and bamboo arrows were crushed into powder, as if they were biscuits in scallion oil in the hands of a strong man. This time, everyone was intimidated. The battlefield seemed to have been paused by someone, and all eyes fell on the tall silver-haired swordswoman. Who are you? The giant swallowed his saliva and stepped back with a trembling voice, leaning against the sword and shield formation of the Thunder Island soldiers. I don't like to be looked down upon. Danny looked at the giant's thick and long black legs and sighed. No one saw clearly what she did. It seemed like she didn't do anything. The giant's 3-meter-long thigh, which was as thick as a pillar, was cut off inch by inch from the ankle upwards, just like a whole steak. Roar! The giant wailed miserably, but it seemed to be bound by an invisible rope and nailed there, being cut into sections of steak. In the end, only a neck and a head were left on the spot. The giant was 1.5 meters in total, shorter than the Dragon Queen. There was a headless corpse beside it, a human figure that was reconstructed using pieces of steak like building blocks. The whole process seemed long, but in fact, the steak was cut just as the Dragon Queen's voice fell. Wind, it's a wind blade, an invisible wind blade, a wind blade with the ability to cut space, and this appearance. Suddenly, a Cthulhu widened his eyes and pointed at the Dragon Queen with a distorted expression. She's Danny Lilith. His voice was hoarse from shouting. Ah, the King of Cthulhu, Danny Lilith. The demon that slaughters the gods is here, run. The Thunder Island soldiers were in an uproar. The Cthulhu howled and rushed out desperately, completely ignoring the mountains of swords and spears. Run? Where do you think you're going? Danny sneered. The invisible wind blades were like Xiao Li's flying daggers, accurately locking onto every Cthulhu. TSK 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 TSK, the remaining 29 Cthulhu were instantly sliced at the waist. Their upper bodies dragged their intestines as they crawled on the ice-cold altar, creating a long trail of blood. They kept wailing, how tragic. Gods, this is the legendary Dragon Queen. She's so terrifying. At the edge of the altar, the Thunder Island Empress Galoya was shocked. As expected of the existence that destroyed the righteous alliance. Bo Wangfu's face was filled with reverence. She's already beyond the scope of humans. No matter how many armies there are, it's useless against her, the long-legged, square-faced Wangfu said with a complicated expression. The sound of armor clashing rang out. The Thunder Island soldiers shrank back in fear. The way they looked at the Dragon Queen was far more frightening than when they faced the 30 demon gods. I want to know who planned this murder, and who are the murderers. Danny's indifferent voice spread everywhere. King of Cthulhu, you slaughtered my master god. I will not live under the same sky as you. And Cthulhu shouted. TSK tisk TSK, Danny glanced at him. Hundreds of wind blades slashed over, slicing back and forth. Within a few seconds, there was a pile of dark red meat stuffing on the ground. Dragon Queen, I don't know TSK 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 TSK. Another pile of meat stuffing. Your Majesty, please spare my life. I really don't know TSK 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 TSK. The third pile of meat stuffing. Danny Lizzie, fuck TSK TSK TSK. Fight it out with her tisk TSK TSK TSK. I can't beat you. Can't I kill myself? TSK TSK TSK. I won't talk nonsense. I'll kill myself immediately. Is this good enough? TSK 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 TSK, she didn't even let go of the corpse, and it was still a pile of meat stuffing. I'll talk tisk tisk TSK. Oh, sorry, I failed. Danny smiled without sincerity. She glanced at the remaining Cthulhu. Resist or confess? I'll confess. I'll tell you everything. The Cthulhu cried with snot and tears all over his face. Empress Galoya was in a daze. The great being in front of her did not seem to be a god. Instead, she seemed to have become a cowardly child. She and the people around her started to have a breakdown in their worldview. I am His Majesty Night Lion's vassal god. He died in the smoke sea. The Son of Heaven brought me here to take revenge on you. However, I was only responsible for clearing the seal in the underground palace. I did not enter the residence of the ancient gods at the deepest part. I am Pale Holy Child's vassal god. Lord Black Mountain told me the cause of his death. I came here to guard the door for Lord Black Mountain and the others. I only know that the masterminds were Lord Black Mountain and Lord Darim. I am the 36th son of Red Bull Akuan. Father God left a will 20,000 years ago. If he were to fall one day, whoever could avenge him would be able to obtain his bull's head mountain in the dark world. Lord Black Mountain told me that killing the ancient gods would send you to hell, so I came. However, I was only responsible for breaking the seal and clearing the guards in the underground palace. They were all vassal gods or relatives of the big shots in the Alliance of Justice and Order. However, they were also cannon fodder. They could not even get close to the depths of the underground palace. They did not even know who had murdered the ancient gods. In reality, there were more than 30 evil gods who came to kill Mother Earth. Those who were proficient in flying and escaping had already escaped. They were unlucky. They could not fly and were stopped by the guards. The Son of Heaven is still alive? Dani frowned as she pondered. With a wave of her hand, thousands of wind blades appeared out of thin air. They rose and fell suddenly. At this moment, the Thunder Island Empress in an emerald green cape walked down the steps with 2 fully armed royal husbands. I am Galoya. Greetings, Your Majesty. Dani rise. She took the initiative to bow. It was also the first time in her life that she bowed to a living person. It could not be helped. 60 meat stuffing was still emitting white smoke. She had heard the Dragon Queen's words earlier. She did not like being looked down upon. Galoya, on the other hand, was a pure-blooded Thunder Island person. Just her pair of long legs was 3 meters tall. How many evil gods have escaped? Dani waved her hand casually, gesturing for Galoya and her royal husbands to rise. She was not very enthusiastic. The Thunder Island Empress's main wife was a Thunder Island person who controlled the Thunder Island army. The concubine was from the barbarian Bow royal family who commanded the fleet. The long-legged royal husband was the one who answered her. After the phenomenon of the true god's death appeared, we immediately noticed that the entrance to the underground palace at the center of the altar was occupied by outsiders. When the soldiers went in to check, a black shadow darted out. It was too fast. No one could see how many gods and devils there were. However, when the second wave of evil gods flew out, we counted them clearly. There were 7 demon gods in total. The ballista even shot down one. The long-legged royal husband pointed to the west. They landed below the wall. Although they resisted fiercely and caused hundreds of deaths, they were still chopped into pieces by the soldiers after their divine power was exhausted. The third wave was the one you saw. Dani nodded and said, almost all the evil gods said the same name. Black Mountain. Do you know him? The long-legged royal husband and Jiaoyuoya shook their heads. Bu Wangfu thought for a moment and said uncertainly, I once heard from President Butian that in the depths of the dark world, some gods and devils rarely enter the light world. It's very likely that Black Mountain is one of them. Dark world. Dani looked to the east with a cold gaze. Do you know the true identity of the ancient god of the underground palace? She asked again. Jiaoyuoya was puzzled. What true identity? Who do you think the ancient god of the underground palace is? Why did he build an altar at the entrance of the underground palace? Dani asked in a different way. This. The long-legged queen looked hesitant. My family is the descendant of the ancient god. Have you read Summary of the Jade Sea? Most of the content is ridiculous, but it also reveals part of the truth. The book says that your royal family will intercede with the ancient god of the underground palace. The ancient god even asked you to sacrifice the foreigners on the island. Dani frowned. Jiaoyuoya was a little embarrassed. It's not intercourse as humans understand. The ancient god gave the ancient empress a divine seed. The empress gave birth to the pure-blooded, powerful Thunder Islanders. Basically, we Thunder Islanders are the descendants of the ancient god. Chapter 1046. Danny came to the secret chamber of the underground palace for the second time and saw the familiar exorcism circle. However, last time it was a spiritual projection, but this time it was the real person. Up, down, left, and right, there were stone walls on all sides, and the corners and the top were covered with a thick layer of withered moss. The floor was soaked with water, and now it had solidified into a hard and smooth ice stone road. Danny felt like she had entered the intestines of a dark beast. The underground palace was dark and gloomy, without any light, but there was chaotic magic power seeping out from the stone walls, and strange sounds were constantly in her ears. It was illusory like catkins by the river. Once you tried to listen carefully, the chaotic magic power would merge with your spiritual power like sugar in water, and then flow back into your mind through your spiritual power, and finally contaminate your soul. This was the terrifying plague of the ancient gods, in the underground palace of Thunder Island, also known as Whisper of the Evil God. Long before the human civilization was established, the underground palace and the city ruins near it had already existed. In the recent 10,000 years, countless forces and adventurers had tried to explore the secret of the underground palace, but no one succeeded. They seemed to have become food in the stomach of a ferocious beast. Except for the ancient queen of Thunder Island, no one could return alive from the depths of the underground palace. But the queen of Thunder Island was also immersed in the whisper and lost her mind, and she often did horrible things like eating people alive. After they returned, they didn't know what they had done or who they had met. Powerful sorcerers like Kuei Shi and Butian, who set up the seal for the underground palace, only dared to build the seal door on the periphery. At this time, Danny was listening carefully and collecting every strand of chaotic soul power in the passage. She felt that those voices were trying to tell her something. This was not an illusion, and she was not bewitched by the whisper of the evil god. Back then, she was only a dragon spirit, and she was not afraid of the magic power contamination of the true god level, not to mention that she later obtained 80% of the Green Prophet's seal, and washed her soul and body in the first fire. The stone door with the magic circle had been shattered by the evil god. Danny flew into the void, and like a fiery meteor, she quickly flew to the deepest part of the maze. About 5 minutes later, she was 40 kilometers underground and came to a huge cave full of gray stalagmites. In the center of the cave, there was a broken grave. The 10-meter-tall black mound looked like someone had stuffed a detonator on top of it and then detonated it. There was also a ring of radiating black soil around it. It looked more like a type of black flesh. Along the way, Danny condensed a grayish-yellow chaotic soul in the palm of her hand. After she entered the cave, the divine soul began to stir. She let go of her hand, and the chaotic energy flew into the grave. A deep voice sounded in the cave. "You're here, Danny Leezy." Danny knew that he was dead. His current state was similar to that of Door God. All that was left of them was a wisp of consciousness that lingered in their divine bodies. "Are you Mother Earth?" Danny asked despite knowing the answer. She wasn't asking the obvious. She really had a lot of questions about the ancient evil god. A long time ago, she had heard of the famous Thunder Island underground palace. In the beginning, it was through Kuei Shi that he first came into contact with the underground palace. After that, she flipped through books such as Overview of the Jade Sea, and researched the history of Thunder Island and the underground palace. Later on, she came to the underground palace as a spiritual projection and personally experienced the mind-disturbing, evil god's whispers. At that time, Danny even suggested to Kuei Shi with a smile, "Why don't I help you kill the evil god deep in the underground palace?" Thinking back, it was a little awkward. As you can see, I'm the Earth Demon who comprehended the Song of Earth. Because of the Song of Earth's special polarity, I'm also called Mother Earth, the consciousness said with difficulty. I've never seen the Earth Demon, Danny said honestly. That's not important. Hurry up and dig out my divine body. My Song of Earth has been taken away. With my divine body, you should be able to catch up to them, the Earth Demon said hurriedly. You're not small. How do I get it? Danny was puzzled. The Earth Demon thought for a while and said, I originally had a soul core that contained a divine kingdom. Unfortunately, it was taken away by Black Mountain. So, use your method to devour the rest of my divine body. Then, through divine resonance, find the demon god who took away my divinity, divine power, soul core, and song of laws. All of my inheritance should belong to you. Thank you for your gift, but my method. Danny had a strange expression. After burning you into spiritual substance, you'll really be dead. 100,000 years ago, I should have rested. I've only been at death's door all these years. I still have a lot of questions, Danny said. The Earth Demon said helplessly, time waits for no one. I heard that group of ancient gods say that after this, they will wander outside the realm. You need my crystal core to stabilize the sea of laws. You must not let them take it away from this world. Danny thought for a while and said, let me see if I can let you take a few more breaths. Then, a flame ignited in her purple eyes. The Earth Demon's mud body was like an oily sponge, instantly igniting into a raging fire. There is indeed a trace of the characteristics of the first flame. If only it had appeared tens of thousands of years ago. The Earth Demon sighed with joy and regret. His mental waves gradually returned to nothingness. When the grave mound was ignited, Danny realized that the stalagmites protruding from the ground around the grave mound were actually the Earth Demon's tentacles. As the stalagmites at the entrance of the cave were burned to ashes, Danny saw countless skeletons in the deep pits left behind by the stalagmites. They were all explorers who had lost contact with the underground maze. These ancient gods, each and every one of them likes blood sacrifices so much, Danny sighed and searched around. She found a stone tablet with words so ancient that she could not recognize them at all. She casually recorded the inscriptions on the tablet and flew all the way back. The underground maze of Thunder Island was a maze with a radius of hundreds of kilometers. The whispers of evil God could be heard in all the passages. In other words, other than the passage she came from, Danny could also go to other passages to search for the Earth Demon's chaotic divine power. Divine power contained the power of the spirit. She was extremely fast. She circled around the underground maze. When she returned to the surface, she collected a mass of chaotic divine soul again and used the Earth Demon's own divine essence to endow it with a spirit. A new Earth Demon's remnant soul was born. You're Danny Lilith. You're finally here. I think I've seen you before. But that's not right. I remember. The Earth Demon was a little stumped. Forget it. That's not important. Danny Lilith, go. Danny took out a mass of divine essence with a wooden face. You've already absorbed my divine body. The Earth Demon was a little confused. However, he was no ordinary person. He quickly figured out the reason for this through his own state. Good technique. Fire creation is too powerful. No wonder the gods covet it. The Earth Demon sighed. After fusing with a certain amount of the Earth Demon's divine essence, Danny could vaguely sense the location of her target. The waves emitted from it could slightly resonate with the Earth Demon's divine essence. However, this was the first time Danny tried this method of sensing. She could not lock onto the target's spatial location. She could only fly quickly in that direction while familiarizing herself with the divine essence's resonance. When you were in the underground maze, you seemed to have lost your mind. How did you know about the outside world? She was multitasking. The Earth Demon sighed, I was severely injured in the world pendant. My divine soul fell into a deep slumber and my divine power leaked out. My divine body can only act on instinct. In order not to affect the survival of the creatures on the surface, I left the continent and came to the Thunder Island. I even built an underground maze to seal myself in. However, I didn't completely cut off my connection with the outside world. When you chant the Weirwood Song of Wind, you can listen to distant information from the wind. I have the Song of Earth. The earth can also bring me fresh information. What's your relationship with the Thunder Island Empress? Why do people call you Mother Earth? With all due respect, you seem to be very evil. You're like Mordor. The Earth Demon was not ashamed or embarrassed. Instead, he said calmly, I know what you're thinking, but I'm a demon god of the dark world. Everyone is like that. It's only because you're a human that you feel that our behavior is abnormal. If one day, the food that you humans eat, such as chickens, ducks, pigs, and cows, becomes a divine spirit with the same status as you, they will also feel uncomfortable with your behavior. Oh, that's true. Danny thought of the Turtle Prime Minister's group of followers. Letting the fish to catch their own kind for the humans to eat seemed very evil. Do you know Green Hand Garth? He's my priest. This was a bombshell. Danny was shocked for a moment. I see. The polarity of your Song of Earth must be related to the nurturing of all creatures. Yes, the polarity of my Song of Earth nourishes all creatures. The Earth Demon sighed and continued, I know the description of me and the Empress in the Human's Jade Sea overview. It said that I and the Thunder Island Empress had intercourse and gave birth to an evil baby. That's wrong. I only instinctively summoned the Thunder Island Empress into the underground maze and left the seed of divinity in her womb. When she leaves the underground maze and intercourse with her husband, she will give birth to a girl with my blessing. The girl will be the Thunder Island Empress and have the king's blood. When she dies, my divinity will bring her bloodline into the earth and be absorbed by me to extend my life. Very evil. As expected of a dark demon god. Danny said bluntly. The Earth Demon explained, I'm not afraid of death. It's simply torture and humiliation for me to live on like this. But I have to live. I have to live to wait for Locke, for you to be born, or for the world to lose all hope. In the end, a group of demon gods came to assassinate me. I thought it was an old friend who came to visit me. Don't you have a sense of danger? Danny asked curiously. The Earth Demon said helplessly, I don't even have consciousness. My mind is muddled. Also, I'm not proficient in prophecies. For example, I once thought that Lalo would devour you and the Savior, master the power of ice and fire, and become the world's first divine king and the final savior. Who knew that he was no match for you? To be honest, I've always seen you as Lalo's chess piece. If I knew you would have today's achievements, I would have chosen you as my successor earlier than Old Wood. Unfortunately, at that time, I even predicted that I would be able to live for at least a few thousand years. Who knew that I wouldn't even be able to see the sun of the next era? Danny's mouth twitched. She didn't know what to say. After a long time, she asked again, who are the old friends who murdered you? What are their ultimate moves? How should I guard against them? That group of bastards. Old Demon was full of resentment as he introduced the several leaders of the group. Whoosh! The next moment, Danny locked on to a target and appeared in a palace in Asha. Boom! The shadowy Asha exploded into fireworks. Then, she ignored the many extraordinaires who were attracted by the flames and explosion. Without stopping, she came to the Daybreak Mountains. After killing 7 evil gods who divided the Earth Demon's divinity of death, Danny stopped at the border of the Dark World. Chapter 1047. A month after the fall of the Earth Demon, at the border between the Dark World and the Outer Realm, on the summit of the lone peak, there was a blazing fire, as if many suns were resting on it, dispelling the darkness and coldness within 100 kilometers. Looking from afar, one could vaguely see the shadow of a person in the fire, and there was also the sound of hammering coming from inside. What is she doing on the sacred mountain? 3 dark creatures hid in a crack in the ground, carefully peeping at the sun on the summit. Seems like she is forging a powerful artifact. I once saw the 5-colored light piercing through heaven and earth, the demon in human form said. Asia was the ideal home of all the dark wizards in the world. In the shadow of Asia, they could unscrupulously and openly carry out the most unethical, bloody, and cruel sacrifices and experiments. And the dark world was the final destination of countless dark wizards. Some dark wizards took the initiative to go to the dark world to seek power, while some were followers of evil gods, or had borrowed the power of evil gods when they were alive. After death, their souls returned to the kingdom of evil gods. There were also wizards who rushed to enter the dark world before death to accept the transformation of evil gods and dark rules, turning themselves into dark monsters. Therefore, there were many human-like monsters in the dark world. They used to be human wizards, and there were even descendants of gods from the last era. For example, the purple-black toad-skinned monster peeping at the lone peak was a necromancer who came from the barren land 10,000 years ago. Its companions were the Cerberus and the Blade Demon, who looked like a hunched old man and had arms made of bone blades. The Cerberus had a complicated expression on its face, and there was deep fear in its hatred. She is too savage. This is the dark world, but she lit up a big fireball. She purposely placed it on the lone peak. The lone peak is our sacred mountain. The Blade Demon said helplessly, not to mention the sacred mountain, even the council of ancient gods on the sacred mountain was wiped out by her. She is ruthless and merciless. But what can we do? My ancestor was guarding the gate at the foot of the mountain. I know some of the situation on the sacred mountain. The ancient gods have all gone to join the alliance of justice and order, so the lone peak is empty, the Cerberus said. No matter how empty it is, there is still your ancestor. He is a powerful demon who has comprehended the law. So what? Isn't he burned to ashes? The necromancer sneered. The Cerberus bared its fangs in anger, but it was unable to retort. The old ancestor's cries for mercy spread out for dozens of li, and everyone heard it. The woman's disdainful snort of trash also spread far and wide in the quiet plains at the foot of the mountain. It's not like there are no powerful demon gods besieging her, the necromancer sighed and said, not only do we dislike her arrogance, but some of the surviving ancient demon gods also can't stand such naked provocation. However, they were furious and attacked with torrential demonic flames, but after a series of mournful howls, they could no longer walk down the lonely peak. That woman is too scary. The necromancer said in awe. She's a living person from a world of sunlight. Why would she come to the world of darkness to cause trouble? Cerberus asked curiously. After the righteous alliance collapsed, Lalo was unwilling to admit defeat. He joined forces with Black Mountain, Tianzi, and a bunch of other reclusive demon gods to slaughter the last true god. The world was slipping uncontrollably into the abyss of destruction. The woman was furious and chased them all the way to the edge of the dark world. I heard that some big shots saw that they couldn't hide and directly fled to the outer realm. Blade Demon said. Cerberus said in disbelief, the outer realm is a void. It's easy to leave but hard to come back. Is it necessary? The dark world is so big, where can't they hide? I'm not sure. It seems that the woman has a way to locate their tracks. Blade Demon shook his head. Those big shots from Black Mountain deserved it. What good would it do them to kill the only true god? Now, not only are their 10,000 years of cultivation gone up in smoke, but they also implicated us. Cerberus complained. The necromancer said, the righteous alliance was completely annihilated. So many big shots died. Every big shot is not alone. They have their own gods, friends, and children. Just like the son of Night Lion, the Tianzi of Dawn Kingdom, shouldn't he take revenge for his father? The Tianzi also has sons and grandsons. They want revenge, but they can't beat her. Since that woman wants to save the world, they will destroy the world and let her feel pain and helplessness. In addition to some benefits, killing the last true god is simply a matter of course. Moreover, that woman is going to direct the long night of the gods. In the battle at the Yen Sea alone, one true god and more than 300 powerful demon gods died. What does that mean? It means that the prophecy of the gods was not wrong. That woman is the terminator of the gods. If we don't act now, after she passes the long night and summons the sun again, do you think she won't purge the big shots of the dark world? The demon gods must have sensed the danger, so they took the risk and directly pulled the world into the dark and cold abyss. But they still died. The gods wanted to avoid the long night of the gods, but in the end, they brought their own destruction. Does this count as the gods themselves pushing the long night of the gods to come? Blade Demon said awkwardly. Hearing this, the necromancer and Cerberus were also very embarrassed. Rustle. In the silence, the soil on the ground suddenly trembled. Under the vigilant gaze of the three demons, a tentacle that looked like a black tree root drilled out. Earth Demon. Who are you? Why are you here? Blade Demon asked. Brother Johnny, it's me, the tentacle said. It's Stone Whisker. Cerberus sighed in relief and explained to his two companions, I'm a friend. When we were young, we ate people under the sacred mountain together. I didn't know you were here. I just came down from the sacred mountain and heard Big Brother's voice when I passed by. The tentacle said. Came down from the sacred mountain. You joined that woman? The three demons exclaimed. No, Danny Lily, shoo. The Cerberus hurriedly rushed forward. One of its heads bit on the tentacle, while the other head looked around with fear and alarm. The third head cursed in a low voice, Are you looking for death? How dare you call out that Fear Demon King's name directly? If she senses it and comes over, we'll be dead for sure. Blade Demon also trembled, that woman's name must not be mentioned, otherwise, this month, many big shots died without knowing why, don't you know? That name is cursed, whoever says it will die. Necromancer said with difficulty. Chi. Another black root-like tentacle drilled out of the ground. Earth Demon Stone Whisker was displeased, what are you talking about? Those big shots were, woo. Cerberus leapt forward again and bit the tentacle, begging, Brother, Big Brother is begging you, can you not say that name? I'm scared. Chi. A third tentacle drilled out and spoke helplessly, Brother Chong, let me go, I won't mention Danny again, woo. Cerberus had no mouth to speak, so he could only wink. Chi. A fourth tentacle drilled out and spoke, that woman, I understand, that woman. Cerberus finally let go. There's no curse. That woman was able to find the big shots because they divided up my ancestors' divinity, divine power, soul core, and song of laws. In truth, she's gentle, kind, and polite, a good person. Stone Whisker sighed. So that's how it is. The three demon brats suddenly realized, then looked at Earth Demon in disbelief, exclaiming, You really joined her? I wanted to, but she didn't want to take me in. Earth Demon sighed in self-pity. Cerberus' face twisted, do you even know what's right and wrong? Do you have any integrity? Big Brother, do you know why I immediately rushed over as soon as I heard your voice? Without waiting for Cerberus to answer, Earth Demon continued, because you're my brother, I thought of you first when something good happened. What good thing? Cerberus asked curiously. I want to join that woman, but she thinks I'm not vigilant enough, and wants a Cerberus to guard the door. Since you're not willing, I'll find someone else, don't, brother. I'll go, I'm willing to guard the door for the Almighty Lord. The Cerberus took another step forward. One of its heads bit on the tentacle and shook it vigorously. The other two heads said excitedly, "Good brother, you are my blood brother. I will remember this kindness for the rest of my life." "Bastard, do you even know what's right and wrong? Do you have any integrity?" Blade Demon cursed with righteous indignation. "A wise man submits to circumstances, I want to be a wise man." Cerberus raised his head and said, "That woman killed your ancestor, do you want to be a traitor?" Necromancer was full of resentment. "If my ancestor knows that I've surpassed him, he'll definitely smile in the underworld." "I'm afraid not." Earth Demon shook his head. "Why?" "Your ancestor's blood, divinity, and 3 laws were drained by that woman. If you're willing to join her, she'll give you all those things. Your ancestor definitely won't be willing to be devoured by a junior." Earth Demon explained. Cerberus' 6 eyes were shining, his voice trembling, he prostrated himself on the ground facing the holy mountain and kowtowed again and again, "Danny Lilith, my lord, thank you, I swear, I'll be your dog forever." "Why did you call her by her name?" Earth Demon was surprised. "If I don't call her by her name, how can she feel my sincerity?" Cerberus said matter-of-factly. Necromancer's face changed, he asked in a low voice, "Brother Earth Demon, does the Almighty Lord need a butler? I was a wise and mighty king back then." Blade Demon's eyes widened, he pointed at his companion in disbelief, If possible, I also want to be a hero. Being a hero is better than hiding like a mouse." Necromancer said helplessly. Earth Demon shook his head, "I only spoke a few words with that woman, I can't represent her, let alone help her recruit a butler." "How did you meet her?" Cerberus asked curiously. "I was originally serving His Majesty Black Mountain on the Holy Mountain, then she came. Because of Earth Demon's identity, I was lucky enough to survive." "Well, you may not know, but the true god who died before was Earth Demon's ancestor, Mother Earth. Oh, it's 9 feet tall and 8 feet long. Its fur is glossy, and it's even dyed with a strand of blood-red demonic markings. Not bad. Its bell-sized eyes are filled with malevolence and malice. Good. Its teeth are sharp like daggers, and it can crush an iron sword with a single bite." On the peak of the lonely mountain, Dragon Queen threw her iron hammer aside, like an old farmer in a cowshed, she carefully looked at the guard dog who volunteered himself. "Wang Kai, you're accepted." Cerberus was both happy and suspicious, "Master, my name is Johnny." "Now you're called Wang Kai, is there a problem?" Danny glanced at it. Cerberus immediately prostrated on the ground, "Wang Kai is willing to serve you. I heard that the hell dog's sense of smell is the sharpest, it can even smell the fluctuations of divine sense." Danny said. Chapter 1048. Wang Kai said, "Master, not all Cerberus have the same ability, just like how not all humans are as noble as you. I'm considered to be talented in the Cerberus race, but I can only smell and sense life aura. I can find any mortal within a few hundred miles through body odor, and I can also smell whether the other party is alive or undead. But to sense the fluctuation of divine soul power, other than my ancestor Belos, the guard dog you burned to death under the holy mountain, no one can do it." Sigh, I made a mistake. I shouldn't have burned him. Danny said regretfully, "At that time, I thought that there were no good people on the lone peak, so I teleported over and saw his ferocious appearance, baring his teeth and opening his bloody mouth to pounce at me. I subconsciously ignited him. It's also his fault that he was too weak. He died before he could even struggle and beg for mercy." One Sai's face contorted. "My ancestor is an ancient god who has comprehended 3 laws." Danny had killed Belos the same way she had killed the 3-eyed raven in Outer Wall. There was a reason why the lone peak was called the Holy Mountain by the dark monsters. This was the border between the outer realm and the dark world. The lone peak blocked the door. The front mountain was the outer realm, and the back mountain was the dark world of the Song of Ice and Fire. A long time ago, when the demon gods in the dark world were still alive, they created the Dark Parliament. The main duty was to guard the lone peak and prevent life forms from the outer realm from entering. They also prevented life forms from leaving the world. Preventing outsiders from entering was easy to understand. If 7 or 8 gods like the Frost God entered, the world would have been destroyed long ago. Preventing people from leaving the world was to prevent assets from escaping. Just like now, Dany had chased him to the edge of the dark world, but she still let Tianzi escape with the Earth Demon Core. Losing 1 or 2 ordinary people was almost no loss to the world. But losing a true god who could chant the Song of Laws, or losing people with special bloodlines like Dany and Jon, the world's loss was too great. The Lone Peak and the Dark Parliament were equivalent to the Sanctuary and the Three-Eyed Crow in the Far East. However, the times had changed, and the responsible demonic gods had all died. The Dark Parliament had changed its name to the Ancient Gods Parliament, and the responsibility of guarding the border had been completely forgotten. That Belos, in name, was the guard dog of the Holy Mountain, but in reality, he was a police dog at the border gate, guarding against evil beings from the outer realm. He also prevented the Songs of Laws, precious bloodlines, divinities, and other high-energy substances from flowing out. Dany didn't know about this at first, and at that time, Tianzi was running away. She was burning with anger, and the three-headed dog didn't know what was good for it and came over to bite her, and then, seeing that Dragon Queen's expression kept changing, Wang Kai said carefully, "My ancestor, Belos, comprehended a law of smell called God's nose. He can smell the difference in smell, mental power, divine power, and life aura. As for me, I'm just an ordinary three-headed hound. I can only sniff out sense and life auras, but I'll work hard. I believe that one day, I'll be able to awaken my ancestor's bloodline and inherit his Songs of Laws." Dany tilted her head and looked down at the three-headed dog under the stone chair. After a long time, she said, "I can give you a chance, but if you can't even become a demigod, I can only extract your blood and refine your soul, and then look for the second-generation Wang Kai." "Extract my blood and refine my soul." Wang Kai's hair stood on end, and it was puzzled. Dany flipped her wrist, and a sparkling red blood ball appeared in her palm. Wang Kai took a look, and its heart was filled with endless desire. "This is so." Dany flicked her finger, and the blood ball split into 3, landing in between the eyebrows of Wang Kai's 3 heads. "Ah, this is the power of my ancestor. Thank you, Master, for your reward." Wang Kai howled, and was wrapped in the blood cocoon, starting the evolution of its bloodline. Not long after, on the peak of the Lone Peak, there was a clanking sound. Another 7 days passed. Boom, caw caw caw. The sun that was as big as a house suddenly exploded, and hundreds of fire crows appeared in the splashing flames. As the sun turned into fire crows, the sky around the Lone Peak was covered in darkness again. At this time, Wang Kai dared to open its eyes, and went to the forging table in the center of the sun. "Master, is the divine weapon you forged this water jar?" Disappointment flashed in its eyes. "This is a water jar." Dany lifted one of the copper cauldron's legs, and knocked on Wang Kai's head 3 times. "This is the 3-legged 2-eared God King Cauldron, an existence that will bear the law sea. There is no divine weapon stronger than it in this world." Wang Kai was hit until it saw stars, and it lay on the ground for a long time before it could catch its breath. "It is indeed a good divine weapon, it has a soul attack, and it seems to be able to suppress the divinity in my consciousness." "Have you mastered the soul search technique?" Dany asked. After obtaining all of Belos' divinity and the 3-headed dog ancestor's blood essence, Wang Kai became a demigod as expected, and its height and size increased by more than 3 times. Standing on the ground, it was almost as big as a 3-story villa. After that, she even sealed a part of the law of the divine nose deep in its soul. At every moment, it was comprehending its ancestor's law, and at every moment, its dog nose was evolving. It's a little difficult. If you give me another 100 years, I should be able to. No, not 100 years, not even a day. Danny carried the copper cauldron and jumped onto Wangcai's back, and said, "Go to the outer realm now and find traces of the Son of Heaven. I want the Earth Demon crystal core to complete the last step of forging the God King cauldron." Wangcai was shocked. The outer realm is the outer realm, and the law is completely different from our world. What if we meet God or get lost in the outer realm? Cut the crap. Danny carried the three-legged cauldron again and smashed it on Wangcai's tofu waist. A woo! The three-headed dog howled and ran down the mountain like a gust of wind. Endless darkness. Other than the darkness, even the law sea was starting to thin. There was a wet swamp under their feet. There was no water, but the soil was very, like a sponge. Danny and Wangcai had been in the outer realm for half a month. They had found the Son of Heaven's aura a few times, but the Son of Heaven was very vigilant. Every time, Wangcai would lose track of him in a distorted space. I heard from the ancestor that the law of the outer realm is different from the main world, and the characteristics of matter are also distorted. For example, the soil under our feet is not mud at all, but dark sediment. Wangcai was a dark creature, and it was not affected by its vision. It also got used to the land and air of the outer realm in the shortest time possible. Oh, there was no air, and the space was filled with chaotic dark energy. I thought the outer realm was the universe outside the planet. I didn't expect this world to be so magical. This is also a universe formed by dark energy. Danny lay on Wangcai's furry back, and an ethereal flame gathered in her palm. She was enjoying the scenery of the outer realm. The scenery here was monotonous, and the natural scenery was zero. However, just the law of the outer realm was enough for her to feast her eyes. The east is the dark universe. What about the north, the universe of ice? And the west, the land of the far west is full of oceans. The universe of water. I heard that the south of Sosros is the land of infinity. Danny fell into deep thought. If the four directions were connected to four different universes, then what universe was this world in? It was certain that the universe of the Song of Ice and Fire world was different from the four universes. There's the aura of a living person. Master, I smell a living person. Wangcai barked excitedly, interrupting Dragon Queen's reverie. A living person, is not the Son of Heaven? Danny turned over and sat up. Ah, what a big three-headed dog. A clear and melodious female voice sounded in front of her. Danny could not understand her language, but she had added mental waves to her voice. Wangcai slammed on the brakes and shouted, "How can she be so fast? When I smelled her aura a moment ago, she was at least 200 kilometers away. How can she be here in the next moment? You don't have a physical body. You can talk. You haven't lost your mind yet. You can communicate. That's great." It was a beautiful girl with pointy ears. Her face was delicate, and her silver hair was draped over her shoulders. Her tight leather armor accentuated her curvy figure. When she smiled, there was a dimple on each of her cheeks. Not only can it talk, but it also has a master. Danny jumped on Wangcai's head and stomped her feet. Wangcai crawled on the ground. You're a human too. You're so beautiful. Why didn't I sense you before? The girl's expression changed several times. First, she was envious. Then, she came back to her senses and began to be alert. You're immortal. It would be strange if you could sense me. By the way, are you an elf? Danny sat on the dog's nose. The flame in her hands suddenly expanded. The elf girl's body was like a 3D projection that was disturbed. Ripples appeared on her body. The elf girl looked at the fireball floating in the air with longing. She hesitated and said, "I'm the elf princess of Ain Air." You said, mortal. Aren't you immortal? Danny turned on her, Holy Mother Danny, mode and gave a smile that could warm anyone's heart. She explained sincerely, I'm immortal, a human. It's just that this is the dark universe. There are many powerful monsters with twisted minds. You're just a mental projection, but I came into this universe with my original body. In order to not attract attention like a torch, I deliberately used divine spells to hide my presence. Even God won't be able to discover me on the back of the Cerberus. The girl was indeed infected by her smile. Half of the alert on her face was gone. Are there gods in your world? How do you define gods? She asked a question that surprised Danny. There was a lot of information hidden in this sentence. Danny was not stupid. She quickly thought of something. There are no gods in your world. Have you never seen a god before? The elf girl's eyes flashed. My father lived for 500 years. In the eyes of mortals, he's a god. Danny smiled with a sense of superiority. Wang Kai, how old are you this year? 2,200 years old. 300 years old? I can't remember, Wang Kai said in confusion. Are you a god? Danny asked again. I'm just a minion. I was lucky to meet my master. The elf girl puffed up her cheeks and said with some dissatisfaction, my father didn't just live for a long time. Danny nodded. Living as long as the heavens is the most inconspicuous feature of a true god. What is a true god? The girl asked immediately. Danny was a little hesitant. Obviously, this female elf came from an alien world. She might be preparing to explore the world of ice and fire because this place was very close to the lone peak, only a few 100,000 kilometers. Don't think that a few 100,000 kilometers is very far. Think about the distance between Earth and the moon. If an alien came to the moon, wouldn't you feel nervous? Now, the alien was asking, what is the strongest weapon on Earth? How should Danny answer? Chapter 1049. The universe is made up of laws and energy. Laws are like the skeleton of a house, and energy is the brick walls, the floor, and the furniture in the house. When one begins to comprehend the laws, the essence of life will sublimate for the first time, and one will become a demigod. Only by fully grasping a law will one be qualified to become a true god. The existence of a true god is like a beam or load-bearing pillar that strengthens a building. In theory, a true god has an unlimited lifespan and can live and die with the world. The oldest true god has existed for hundreds of millions of years. After thinking for a while, Dan and I still decided to be sincere. First, she was sure that there were no true gods in the other party's world. A world without gods would definitely not be as powerful as the Song of Ice and Fire world. Oh, she had subconsciously overlooked one thing. In her world, there were no longer any true gods. The key was that she felt that true gods should be afraid of her, not the other way around. Secondly, the elf girl was not a god and showed no signs of comprehending the laws. She was younger than her, but she was able to project her mind across worlds. What did this mean? It meant that the elf girl's bloodline was so powerful that it would make anyone drool. Danny was not a saint. She was greedy. Of course, she did not want to learn from Lalo and other evil gods and devour the elf girl. Compared to an egg, she was more curious about the hen that laid the egg, the world where the elf girl was born. Well, Danny was thinking too much. It was not the world that was special, but the elf race. Actually, I don't know much about the world I'm in. Perhaps there are ancient and powerful demigods, but the history of our world's civilization is not as long as yours. Hearing Danny's explanation of the laws and true gods, the elf girl's face was solemn, and there was a hint of desire in it. Don't think that the elf girl was a fool just because she was young and had a pretty and sweet appearance. The elf kingdom ruled the entire world, and as the only heir of the kingdom, she had received a complete royal education since she was young. After she became an adult, she often opened the world gate and ran around. Her wisdom and experience were not much lower than Dani's. Therefore, she understood the significance of the laws and true gods to individuals and the world. The elf girl's ears twitched as she suddenly said, "The true gods in your world should all be dead, right?" Dani was stunned. Then, she suddenly realized something and said, "You're from the lower universe." Lower universe. The elf girl thought about it carefully and nodded. That's right. It's very likely that our universe is even lower. Your world is falling from the gap between energy levels to a low-level universe. About 30 years later, your world and our world will be in the same universe. About 100 years later, your world will be parallel to the world I'm in now, and there might be a convergence of celestial spheres. Celestial sphere convergence? Dani was puzzled. When two or more worlds collide with each other, the people of your world will fall into our world, and the people of our world can also migrate into your world. Other than the exchange of species, it could also change the topography of the world, and even laws. The elf girl hesitantly uttered the last word. After listening to Dani's explanation of the laws, she wasn't sure if the world they were in still had complete laws. My name is Dani Liz. Dani Liz Targaryen, human, Dani said. The elf girl was stunned. She smiled and said, "Hello, Dani. My name is Laura. Laura Doran, elf. Laura, your talent is really powerful. I'm also proficient in spatial teleportation and mental projection, but in this dark universe, the spatial door can't be opened at all. But you can cross worlds and even universes, and perform extra-dimensional spatial projection." Amazing! Dani praised with a smile. Dani, your strength is also shocking. Laura pointed at the flame above her head and exclaimed, "I was attracted by this flame. In the entire dark universe, only this place has fire and light. If I'm not wrong, only the law of fire can suppress the origin of darkness here to ignite the flame. Even your flame can interfere with my extra-dimensional projection. You can control such a powerful flame so easily. This shows that your understanding of flame has reached a terrifying level. Also, there's a special aura in the flame that makes me yearn for it, but also fear it." The two girls looked at each other and seemed to see something in each other's eyes. They both laughed. Wonkai was baffled. It had two heads, one looking at its master and the other at the pointy-eared girl. "Laura, come and sit with me." Dani warmly invited the elf girl. Wonkai was very tactful and lowered its middle head even more. Laura excitedly jumped onto Wonkai's nose and then climbed onto the back of the blanket with Dragon Queen. They sat opposite each other. The two chatted as Wonkai continued to move forward. "My world is in danger." Dragon Queen's face was full of worry. She told her about the cold god's invasion. She didn't hide her own experience in the past few years. Laura's face turned pale. She said in horror, "The cold god can casually release white frost that can freeze the world." White frost. Dani was stunned. She did not expect that the female elf would only be sensitive to the unremarkable, forbidden spell, white frost, after all the legendary stories she had told her. The cold god can only gather the power of ice from other areas. It can't freeze the entire world. If there is white frost here, the temperature of other places will increase. Overall, it can only move the power of ice. What if the cold god can move the infinite power of ice from the universe? Laura asked. It can't. Dani said with certainty. Laura's expression was dignified. It couldn't before, but it doesn't mean it can't in the future. In our universe, there is an infinite gap between the worlds. In this empty void, there are infinitely small particles that absorb warmth like a sponge absorbing water. Countless particles gather together to form a storm, which is the white frost. It has already destroyed countless worlds. In fact, in the lower universe, the destruction of all worlds originated from the white frost. As long as the white frost approaches a star system or plane, in just a few decades, the entire planet or plane will turn into a lifeless ice lump. The world's fire has been taken away by the white frost. Laura pointed at the fireball in front of her and emphasized with a complicated expression. Danny was shocked. She muttered, "Every time a world falls, the cold air from beyond the Great Wall is the white frost. In your world, how often does the cold wave that freezes the world appear?" Laura asked. The last time it appeared was 8,000 years ago. The last time was at least 50,000 years ago. Laura smiled bitterly. Take a guess. How long has the history of the wizard world that I'm currently in? The recorded history is only a little more than 1,000 years. It is said that civilization began 3,000 years ago, but it is only a legend. No one can be sure. Danny's heart moved. Because of the white frost. The white frost and the sky sphere converge. The white frost can destroy civilization, and so can the sky sphere. It is like two carriages meeting at a crossroads and then colliding. Wood shavings fly and the carriages are damaged. In the upper universe where you were before, the white frost should be rare. But as the world falls, the lower the level of the universe, the higher the density of the white frost. When we reach the lower universe, the void is full of white frost, and the sky sphere converges often appear. Catastrophes are too frequent. What can be done in 1,000 years? Danny said with a dignified expression. What do you want to do? Lead the world to ascend and break away from the lower universe. The so-called lower universe is likely to be the graveyard of the world, the stomach of the universe, Danny said in a deep voice. Graveyard of the world. It is really appropriate. Just 1,000 years ago, the wizard world had a sky sphere converge. About 100 years later, it will appear again, and the white frost may descend. I don't know if the world has successfully ascended, but we elves will open the door of the world before the white frost arrives and migrate to a new world, Laura said faintly. You are here to find a new world. You have your eyes on our world. Lauren lowered her eyes and said in a low voice, Your world is very advanced. It is the brightest star in the night sky. Everyone can see it. The humans in this world are very cruel. Many powerful races were destroyed by the humans. Even the gods were ended by the humans, Danny said strangely. Wang Kai resisted the urge to bark and ran with its head down. Laura smiled awkwardly. No matter how cruel they are, they can't compare to the white frost. We elves, the Ein-Air clan is also very cruel. They slaughtered most of the native humans, and the rest became slaves of the elven kingdom. However, I am different from my ancestors. I firmly believe that the day will come when elves and humans live in peace will come. Speaking of this, the elven girl became excited and said in an impassioned voice, Danny, let me tell you. I have traveled to many cities and found that there is no essential difference between humans and elves. There is nobility and lowliness, and there is also courage and cowardice. If a bond of love and trust can be established between humans and elves, peace is not a delusion. Danny's mouth twitched a few times. She asked, Laura, how old are you this year? 17 years old, almost 18, Laura said doubtfully. I am 20 years old this year. I am older than you, so I will call you sister. Dragon Queen patted Laura's shoulder and said with emotion, Listen to your elder sister's advice. Never believe in love and trust. Those luxuries do not exist between races. But you call me sister while saying that there is no love and trust between races. What is this hinting at? Danny waved her hand. I and humans are two different concepts. Between humans and elves, there can be love and trust. However, a race represents countless people. Everyone cannot have the same hobby, but they can have the same goal, which is survival. Survival information is limited. There are many elves and few humans. Therefore, there will inevitably be competition between races. Unless one day, you are like me, suppressing the world, and your personal will and ability surpass the entire race. Only then will you be qualified to resolve the grievances between races with great love. It doesn't matter if you fail, because you can suppress the world, and no one can hurt you. Although I don't understand, I believe that elder sister Dani is doing it for my own good. I will keep it in mind. Lauren smiled perfunctorily. Dani saw the disapproval in her eyes. She sighed secretly and changed the topic. Why did you choose to enter our world from the dark universe? The dark dimension is the gate to your world. You can only take this path. Laura said. When you go to other worlds, do you use the gate? Dani asked. No, at present, I only see the gate in your world. Dani said thoughtfully. Actually, our world should have 4 gates. This. Laura frowned and thought for a moment. She said tentatively, perhaps, after entering the inner part of the world, I can sense other entrances. I can even use your world as a springboard to find a higher level universe and world. Your talent. Dani was itching and said tentatively, blacksmiths teach carpenters how to forge, and carpenters teach blacksmiths how to do carpentry. Blacksmiths and carpenters don't lose anything. Instead, they gain a unique skill. Blacksmiths and carpenters are not in the same city, so they won't compete for business. Laura, what do you think? You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.